Yes, yes, y'all.
Oh my God.
Like a dream.
It was an ambush.
How many did you save?
Just like a dream.
You did the only thing you could do. And you lost.
Like a dream.
Look, we're still in this thing,
The day you walked away.
but we have no idea what we're dealing with.
Unfortunately. Will you haunt me like a dream?
Things are getting worse around here, aren't they?
Boyd, we're out of food.
Too many things are changing. Yeah. I have to remember
Remember what?
what's missing.
Nothing that I've been through is possible.
I think you're here for what's in the basement.
This place will not break us. We can still win. But the only way we go home is together.
Hello.
Run! Go!
The game here is rigged. Why can't they leave us alone?
No matter what this place throws at us, we're gonna find our way home. Everybody just talks about how afraid they are of dying. Well, I don't think that's the worst thing that can happen to you here.
Hello?
Like a dream.
Are you looking for these?
Into my life.
You can't save them all.
But things are really how they seem.
So there it is. The trailer that we've all been waiting for. I see some people out there and I share the sentiments. This one right here in particular. Let me pull that up. This one right here. Sophie L says, "Oh shit, my heart is pounding." Beverly Jackson says, "Hi, Sophie L. Woo, my heart is pounding too." Hey, I was, there's Taryn in the building. So who we got in the building today? We here. Hold on, we here. The family is definitely pulling up. Yes, we have Nisha in the building. We have Beverly in the building. Sophie L. We have Gothic Chick in the building. We have Antoine. We have my brother Taryn in the building. Jandra is in the building. El Plaga is in the building. Okay. Too tall. What's going on? Yeah. We're in the building. Yo, let's run that trailer back real quick. Hold. Oh, okay. Taryn is calling in. Give me a second. Let me pull that up for us. Let me get that up for us, brother. Hold on 1 second. Y'all know that this we gonna be talking tonight. We gonna be talking tonight. This is crazy. I'm getting the voice up in a minute here, Taryn. I saw you call. Here it is. I'm getting that together. Definitely gonna go ahead and open up the call line for the brother right now. He's on. We're on. We're gonna be talking tonight, y'all. Y'all know that, right? Let's run this back real quick. I'm gonna talk over it a little bit.
Oh my God.
But we got some things to talk about.
Like a dream.
It was an ambush.
Let's turn it down a little bit. I'll turn it down a bit while we talk. Taryn, you can call back. Let's get it popping. It's a lot to unpack. Yes, there's so much to unpack. Okay, we have the brother Taryn Matheru in the building. How you doing, my brother? How you?
I am very good. I very much enjoyed this trailer. I wonder how deep into season 3 it's depicting, whether we're just seeing episodes 1 and 2, or whether like part of it is like deep into season 3, like right at the end. Like does Fatima die? If it's Fatima, right? Like right at the end of the season.
I think that's Tien Chen. I really do. I hate to say it, but I think it's Tien Chen, and I can show you better than I can tell you. Let me pull up Photoshop real quick. Okay, so this is where I just made the thumbnail. Let's get this guy out of the way. And this is the picture, the screenshot that I used. Now, should I just go this hard this early, Paul? Like, I'm gonna go for it. All right. Do y'all see
Yeah,
this?
man.
Y'all see this little article of clothing right here? This little article of clothing right here is sticking out. It's like a mauve color shirt. It's like a mauve color shirt with like a gray undershirt and some dark pants. Okay, you can see that. Now let's pull that trailer back up. And I don't know which part it's in, but there's definitely a part here. Okay, so there's Boyd carrying someone in the church. And here's Tien Chen with the mauve shirt on.
You could be right, my friend. You could be right.
There's the mauve shirt right there.
Penny's breaking, stuff in the bar. How close was he to Fatima? Yeah, she's wearing the pink. She's wearing the pink.
Yep, that's her. And this picture right here is definitely of mauve. Let's see if I can let me see. Okay. I can move this out the way. Pull this back up. That's not gonna work. Hold on.
I'm hearing in the chat that people can't hear me very well. They're a bit quiet.
Okay, let me turn you
Playing
back
the
up.
brick.
Okay, you're turned back up, so they should be able to hear you now.
Thank you. That is a very interesting catch, Reel. The one thing I'll say about that is, remember how they used Kelly's voice for the torture scene? I just
Yes.
don't know if I feel like people might really notice the changed voice for the teaser trailer if it is Tien Chen, because it really doesn't sound like Tien Chen at all, right? Like it's a much younger voice. It almost feels like a Western voice a little bit. I don't know if that's something you can tell, but obviously Tien Chen has an accent. I don't know. I don't know. I definitely agree with the sweater and the pink. There's definitely some pink coloration there. It's very interesting.
Yes, and as also we see Kenny in the beginning of the trailer, he's pissed off.
Hmm.
He's snapping out. Now, I do
That's
have
true.
some. Oh, go ahead. Oh yeah, you
I
said
said
that's
that's true,
true.
man.
Okay, so we see 10. Yo, okay, so we gonna talk. This is what we really gonna talk about. This guy right here, the one eye symbolism for sure. We gonna get into that. We gonna get into
Mm.
drinking from the
And the
skull.
skull.
Oh yeah, we got to talk about
Mm.
drinking from the skull because that is ancient voodoo right there. That's what that is.
I'm gonna drop you a link on WhatsApp because I have a whole nother thing that I want to talk about, which is hoodoo. There's some very clear references to hoodoo in this trailer, right? And I know you're all about the hoodoo as well, my friend.
Yes, indeed. I know a lot about hoodoo. You know what I mean? You know, I know a lot about it. Just say that. Right? So let's
Mm.
dig
Mm.
this. Let's dig into this a little bit. I do have some pushback for that being Tien Chen. Okay. Yes, I would like to
Hmm.
point out, oh, they're too tall. Too tall. You said it before. You typed it before I got a chance to say it. That's a child's skull. That's a child's
Yep.
skull. Okay? So we talking about some sick shit going on.
Hmm.
Yeah. This right here was crazy. So we got the slow walkers. I made a prediction, or I don't know if it was a prediction, but I remember saying something either in one of the lives. These lives be hours long. I'm gonna try to go and sift through as much as I can to find some things that I've said. But I
Hmm.
did say that I thought that the slow walkers would start killing the livestock. I said that they would start killing the
Yep.
livestock
Yep.
to add to the food
You did.
shortage. If anybody
You did,
remembers
man.
that,
You definitely said that.
shout me out. I
I
did say
remember that. I
yes.
remember that.
I
Even if it was a private conversation, I remember you saying that. I'm
was
calling
that
it
our
here now.
private conversation. That
Real said.
okay.
Real said.
Yes, I
No, I mean,
definitely.
I'm just saying it could have been public as well. It could have been public. I don't
It might
remember,
have
but
been
I remember
public, but
you
I
saying it.
remember it might have been a private conversation between you and I. But I remember saying that the next thing that was going to have to go was this livestock, because one of them cows will feed a lot of people. And one of these livestock will feed. I mean, they had goats, they had chickens, they had a lot. And I remember saying either it was in one of the lives or it was on the phone with Taryn that the livestock has got to go if it's going to be truly a food shortage. Now, something else I said is that there was going to be another massacre which would help with the food shortage. Now, I do want to say this. Check this out. Check this out. I think you're
Hmm.
right,
Hmm.
Taryn. Look at the events right here where she's saying, boy, we ran out of food. Okay, we got that. We
Yeah.
also had this part here where Fatima walks up to like a pile of rotten food. Okay, so the
Hmm.
right here, she walks up to a pile of rotten food.
Hmm.
These these events happen before this massacre. So I think that this massacre and this night that we're having, that we see, um, is several episodes, and I'm saying that it's probably going to be around episode 6, right? Because we got to have that
Hmm.
climax, right? And then the next 3 or 4 episodes is going to be winding down to the cliffhanger, another cliffhanger. We know that they're going to do that. Um, One thing I really thought was dope is that um, they actually they reshot the scenes with Tabitha. They reshot the scenes with Tabitha. I've watched these scenes over and over again, and I know that all the scars on her face are in different places now. So that is good that they reshot that. So that means that we'll probably get like
Hmm.
a significant, several significant scenes of her in the hospital and hearing some things. Um, her being in that hospital. Let me see if I can. I can't pull both of them up at the same time, but at one point I'm gonna do a screenshot for us, and I'm gonna show that. As a matter of fact, I can do one now. I'll do a screenshot now, okay, and then I'll pull up the episode here. Give me a second. Let me try something real quick. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up the episode. Pull up the episode where Tabitha is coming out of, going up to the window. So let's see here. Let's get the screenshots popping. Let's pull that up. Pardon me here, you guys. Y'all know I'm running this thing here by myself, learning as I go. All right, so.
But you get better every time you
Previously
come on this live. You get better at manipulating it.
Oh, thank you. Is okay. So here's another shot of Tabby here. All right, so let's get a screenshot of that, and we can compare. So this is light work right here. This is light work right here. This is nothing right here. But these scars are definitely in a different spot. While I have that up, where are my screenshots? Okay. Now let me crop this screenshot so that I can compare it to this one, and we will see that we're getting fresh scenes in the hospital. They're not abandoning the hospital and everything and just going straight to whatever, so let's see if I can pull both of these up at the same time. Okay, so we have this one. Let's get rid of this. And let's get the other screenshot. That's the trailer. That's Tabby from the trailer, what we're looking at right here. And This is Tabby from the end of season 2. Right here. Okay. So Tabby from the trailer, Tabby from the end of season 2. The scars are definitely, and like, where's the scar right here? The scar right here is not visible. And actually she looked more beat up in season 2 than in this clip. But
yeah, she does. She looks like she's got more like blood on her face.
Yeah, she's got more blood
but
on
it's
her
similar,
face.
right?
Yeah.
It's similar. So it doesn't break the immersion. They tried. They tried,
Right.
but there's more
They tried
blood
to
for
get
sure.
it as good as possible. Season 2, I kind of felt like, and a lot of people felt like her injuries were not significant enough for her having just been pushed out of a tower. But now that I look back at the season 2 pictures, man, it looks like she was pretty banged up. Like right here across the shoulder right here. I mean, that's a mean one. It looks like she was pretty banged up.
Well, they had her unconscious for 3 days, right? Wasn't that it?
Right. It was something like 2 or 3 days that she was unconscious. I'm pretty sure they had her hooked up to some fluids. Wasn't she on it? Didn't she have an IV? I think she pulled her IV over to the window with her. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
she pulled it over.
Fluids and stuff like that, trying to help her up. But I did notice
the lighting is kind of different.
Say what
as
now?
well.
Oh yes, the lighting is different. Everything looked more crisp too. The lighting situation inside of the hospital is a little bit different too. So yeah.
Oh yeah, the bed. Wait, what's behind the bed? Oh no, you can see the edge of the wood paneling in the first shot there.
Right.
Okay,
well, no,
so it's the same room.
Yeah, it does look like the same room, but it definitely looks a little bit different. There's some things that have changed. I definitely hope that is not a clue. I hope that they just go forward with she's out. But that, speaking of, let's get back into that trailer a little bit. And
Sure.
Let's get to the part where the most interesting part of this trailer, because the teaser prepared us for someone dying, the whole death thing isn't as heavy as Tabitha getting out. This shot of this bottle tree is crazy. Seeing another bottle tree is there, And I believe that this is Victor's father. Taryn and I were talking about this.
What's in the basement?
I believe
Remember
that
what?
this is Victor's
What's
father.
missing?
And right after
Yeah,
this,
I'm
It
afraid
was possible.
it has to be.
yeah,
It just
it
has
has
to
to
be.
be
I think you're
Victor's
here
father.
for what's in the basement.
And Eloise,
He looks a bit
Place will
young.
not
Like
break
other
us.
people have been saying, he looks a bit young, like in the Reddit forums and the Discord chats on some of the other Discords. But I think it has to be him. Like there is such a thing as a young father. Like they could have been 18, you
Oh,
know,
yeah.
when they had, you know.
Exactly. And still, this dude is like
Miranda looks young, right?
he doesn't really look that young. But you
No,
know
but I mean
what?
Miranda Eloise's mom. She looks she looks
She
quite
does
young,
look
doesn't
kind of
she, in the
young.
scene in the
Miranda.
flashback?
Miranda. I
Yeah,
do
because
think
think
she
about
was.
how old she would have been 11 years ago.
Let's look at this picture right here. This picture, I wish it wasn't all twisted like that. But that's definitely
I
the
sent you
family.
a WhatsApp, man, that you're going to want to look at because I can prove that that's Eloise in the background. She's wearing the same sweater
Oh yeah, that's
in the
Eloise for
image.
sure. That's Eloise. That's Victor and Eloise. That's Victor, Victor's mom, Eloise, and Victor's dad right there. This dude even
Yeah.
looks like Victor. He kind of looks like Victor, and he dresses like
We,
Victor.
but they're
Um,
not twins. They're not twins. So what's interesting is From's wiki had them as twins, but you can see from the photos here that Victor is older.
So Eloise is his younger sister. So
Yeah.
yeah,
But they said that they were twins on the From wiki, which means the From wiki cannot be trusted.
or well, here's the thing: if they're twins, they could be fraternal twins. I mean, well, they have to be fraternal twins because one's a girl and one's a boy. You can only have identical
Yeah,
twins if they're both the same sex.
but
Yeah,
they'd have to be the same age. And you can see a picture where Eloise is a baby and Victor's like a toddler.
and that breaks it. That,
If
that
you look at
busts it
the
off right there. Now, so the From Wiki is not reliable, and a
no,
lot of wikis aren't reliable actually because shit, you
mm.
can go in there and change it. You can go in there and change things on Wikipedia. Can you still do that? Can you still change things on Wikipedia?
Yeah, you can, but like you need to be. I think you have to have like a certain amount of like correct changes before it becomes official or something. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah,
Okay.
I don't know. I was hoping that someone in the like from like production team was updating the wiki. Uh, so I was hoping that it would be accurate because it lists Victor's surname as Fromager, which I thought was a cool thing, but maybe someone just made it up. Who knows? Sorry to digress.
Oh no,
Please keep
no,
going.
not at all, not at all. Okay, so all right. Here's the now. This is the most interesting part of the trailer to me. I think that this is there are two
Yeah,
very
me too.
interesting parts of the trailer. I think this being I think the little baby in the bottom is Victor. The little baby at the bottom is Victor, and here's Victor and Eloise. And this is obviously before they left, right? And ended up in Frumland. What if Victor's
Yes.
mom ran out on Victor's father, took the kids and dipped off with this guy, Chris? You know what I'm saying?
Um, I feel like Victor didn't know Chris before he came to Fromland because he notes Chris's car. So wouldn't they have all been in the same car if they'd been traveling together? So he's like, yeah, this is Christopher's car. And then also he says that like he made everyone laugh.
Mm-hmm.
Like it felt like he was talking about someone he doesn't know. But I do agree with you. She could have run away with Victor and Eloise from the dad, and then he like regrets it. But at the same time, they could have literally been driving to get groceries. She could have picked them up from school.
Right,
It could be anything. We just
right.
don't know. But you could be right. You could be right. It could be a running away from an abusive father type situation, maybe kind of similar to Sarah's. I just don't know.
The most interesting part of this story is I mean of the trailer is this right here, which what we see in the basement. And him saying that you must be here for what's in the basement. Now,
which means he's left that basement the way it has been for a long time, right?
right?
Why would the
Well,
basement still be set up that way
if
as
that
if no
person's
one's
not
been
there
there
no
for
more,
ages?
if that person's still there,
Exactly.
right? I see
Yes.
that.
So I think that Eloise ran away. Like, there's no pictures of her older. There's no pictures of her after they came back from Fromland, right? But she's clearly been back because there's these paintings of Fromland stuff, right? So Eloise comes back. She makes a bottle tree because she has dreams of bottle trees. She draws the children in white because she sees the children in white. It kind of drives her crazy. And then this guy, he looks troubled, right? He looks like he's been through a lot. He looks like he's about to cry. So this says to me, his wife and son disappeared. His daughter shows up by the side of the road with no memory. She comes back completely broken, with haunted by crazy dreams. And then she runs away, and he leaves the basement exactly as it is in honor of her memory. And she's out there somewhere in the real world, and eventually we will find out who she is. That's what I think. And I think that Tabitha is going to spend all of season 3 looking for Eloise.
Okay, so I think that Eloise had some mental problems. I think maybe
Yes.
two ways that she was, she had some mental trauma from what happened and where she'd been, and
Yes.
the father has left the house like it was since they left. Not just the basement, but
Yeah.
the entire house, because those pictures are still there. And if she was to come back, I don't see them like, hey, let's take pictures and start hanging them up now, like without our family all together. Like that whole vibe is probably like dead, right? With the father. He's wondering where the mom is. He know that they left. And the daughters comes, let's say she left and ran off on him with the kids. Or let's
Yeah.
say he thinks that just because they disappeared. When she gets back and starts painting shit like this, hanging up
Yeah.
bottles in the tree, he's not
Yeah.
believing her story about where the mom is and where the brother is and what's going on. It runs
No.
her crazy. She probably either runs away or ends up in a insane asylum or some shit. And
Yes.
Tabitha's gonna have to go find her. You know what
Yes.
I'm saying? Now, there's one thing
Yes.
about your theory. I don't think that I wasn't mad at it before. I wasn't like 100 on it, but I wouldn't have
Yeah.
been
Yeah.
mad at it if Eloise would have been Tabitha's mom. I don't think she's Tabitha's mom now judging from this information. However, one thing that you were definitely right about was her continuing her artwork, because not only do we see these pieces, but we see we see several easels. We see
Yep.
boards to make more. We see more canvases. We see paintings of trees, and it's
Yep.
just. And one thing that you're right about is art does run through run in the family. Obviously, um, these drawings are creepy as shit.
In the basement.
Listen, this one right here is crazy because this one almost looks like what Tabitha saw in the road when she was with Julie. These same,
Yeah. It is. It's exactly that. It's
it's
exactly the
exactly the
same.
same ones that she saw. So so we got questions here. How is her mom rocking the bracelet that Tabitha made, and then how is Eloise having visions or making paintings of the same visions that Tabitha was having in Frumlin, which obviously had to happen way before Tabitha got there. Look, she even included the veins in the legs. It's something that I've been bringing up heavy, is the veins in the legs, and she included that in there
Mm-hmm.
in her drawing, in her painting.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, that's when the kids were standing out in the middle of the road when Tabitha saw them holding hands. It's
Mm-hmm.
exactly that same scene. But this right here, they gave us a lot. They gave us a lot.
Yep. Yep.
They also
Hey, Real, just so you know, people in the chat are saying that you should turn your volume up as well.
okay, my volume. How's that sound? How's that going?
Like your, I mean, for me, it's all going to sound the same, but the people in the chat said, what volume you have your mic on, Enigma? double it, no triple it. That's what someone said. So I guess just turn the sensitivity on your mic up a little, maybe.
Okay, how's
I don't
this?
know if
Is
that's
this
possible.
better, guys? You'll let me know in the chat if this is better.
Sweet.
Let me know what's going on.
Now I have to say, Real, I agree with you that this episode, it makes me both think that it's less likely that Eloise is Tabitha's mom, and it also makes me think it's more likely. So let me tell you why. The reason why I think it's less likely now is because Eloise is clearly younger than Victor by at least 1 or 2 years. Now, Victor's 11 at the time of Eloise's, at the time that we see the flashback.
Mm-hmm.
If Eloise is like 9 or 10, she would have to be about 17 years old, maybe, to when she had Tabitha. So now here's the thing. That just seems, you know, is it strange for someone to have a child at 17? No, you know, happens all the time, all over the world. People have kids at 15, 14, sometimes, you know. That seems, you know, unusual. However, if Eloise is crazy or whatever, or she's troubled, but dad didn't believe her, she runs away out of frustration. She meets another runaway, maybe a Colombian runaway. They fall in love, they marry, they have kids very young. One of them is Tabitha, and then potentially she then goes on to become an art historian of some kind rather than an artist. And maybe that's why Tabitha, when she's at Eloise's house, she doesn't recognize Eloise's paintings. Now, again,
so you
it makes
saying
me
that
think
it's
it's
still
less
possible
likely.
that she could be her mom? Now I'm gonna push back a little bit here.
Feel free, because I'm still in doubt now. But I'm just like, how can they tie this bootstrap paradox together? Why? Who else's bracelet would Tabitha copy to make a bootstrap paradox other than Eloise? Like, who
Because I
does
don't think it's
Eloise
a
then give
copy.
the
I think it's.
bracelet to?
First of all, I don't think it's a copy. I think it's the actual bracelet. I think that bracelet has traveled through time in some way or another, and Jim is the one who, and I'm doing air quotes, who lost the bracelet. It was Jim. He had it. It was his bracelet. She made it for him. He told her that it was perfect because it was imperfect, and he lost it. He lost it. He just lost it.
Mm-hmm.
However, like, it ends up in Frumlin, and they find it, and Tabitha's the one who finds it. I want to do a quick recap, real quick.
Go for it.
For everybody that just now joined the chat, we've been talking for a little bit here, and we showed this scene right here with Boyd carrying the body, and I pointed out. Let me pull it up in Photoshop. I pointed out that this photo here, this shirt here, is a match to the shirt that Tien Chen is wearing, the mauve color shirt. And it looks like he's carrying her. I do have some questions about it being Tien Chen. Like, why isn't Kenny carrying his mother? You know, he was all about hugging his dad while his dad was laying there. You know, he was all about, you know, digging the grave, all that whole nine. He went and chopped down a tree. Where is Kenny if this is Tien Chen? That's a little pushback on that. Here's another aspect of the pushback. Here at this funeral, to me, this looks like Tien Chen sitting next to Kenny. Here we have Tilly, we have Jim, we have Ethan. Ethan has a knitted blanket, which I've already gone back into season 2 and looked when the Matthews were staying in the house with Tien Chen to see if I could find this knitted blanket. It's green and yellow. It has patches on it. We have Boyd here in the front row. We have Donna here. We have Jade here in the third row. And next to him, that actually looks like Mari right there. Now, at the very beginning of this little clip, Jim sits up, and you can see someone sitting right here next to this person that I'm saying possibly is Tien Chen. I think that this is
That looks like Donna.
no Donna's right here next to Boyd.
Yeah. Sorry, maybe I'm a bit delayed on the thing.
Okay, yeah, Donna's right here next to Boyd. Now, right between
Yeah.
this person here and Jim, you can see this person here. I think that's Christy. Now, if
Yeah.
if I'm wrong about that, I think that this might be Christy. And if this is Christy sitting next to Kenny, then this is Tien Chen back here in the thing. Now, here's another question.
What about Fatima?
I don't think it's Fatima. I
Hmm.
don't think that that's Fatima. I think that whatever body Boyd was carrying in the church is the same body that we see back there that they're honoring. Okay. Now we also have to think about this. Who would get a funeral like this? Everybody else's funeral was outside. This is like a service. They got a whole church service right now. They piled in the church for this one. I think that would be Tien Chen because she's cooked food and fed everyone. She's a she's just as big of a loss as Christy would be. She's the town chef. The chef is very important. She was holding it down. She didn't have an apprentice. I guess kind of she had Sarah, but I'm sure that nobody want her cooking the damn food now. So, I don't know. I think that for this type of reception that we're seeing, it would have to be Tien Chen because everybody goes to the diner and eats. You dig? And uh, this does kind of look like Christy, the back of Christy's head. But it also because we get a new shot of Christy too. We get a new shot of her, and that mullet grew back. That mullet grew back a little bit. That
Hmm.
that Mari butchered. You know, she gave her the Krispy Kreme cut, but now,
Yeah.
you know, but again, her hair is a little bit longer now, and it's going past her neck. So her hair is going past her neck, and it definitely looks like it could be her sitting there. Now, who the hell stepped in a bear trap? That's what I was trying to figure out. I thought it was Fatima at first, and then I'm like, but yo, and that's just so fucking random. Like someone stepping in a bear trap, and they don't really show us who it is. Now, don't sleep on the extra. Don't sleep on the extra interesting parts on here because there's a lot more. There's a lot to unpack. We gonna be talking. We definitely gonna be talking.
Hmm.
So that was the quick recap of what we talked about. We talked about
Hmm.
um, the the possibility of this being Tien Chen. It definitely looks like it's her. We have the mauve shirt right here. You can see it as clear as day. I'm sure they made sure they had a little tiny piece poking out. Now we go and we look and confirm what
And
color.
remember as well, Kenny goes on a journey, right? He goes with, is it Jade? Him and Jade? No, it's him
and
and
Jim.
Jim, right? So they
Yep.
go on some adventure. I'm pretty sure it's Jim who gets his leg snapped. There's a picture of Jade, Kenny, and they're holding someone up between them, right? They're holding someone up between them as if they're injured. And Kenny put like a big smiley face over the face of the person they were holding up so you couldn't tell who it was. Now we see Jade in the woods, we see Kenny in the woods, and we see Jim in the woods. So I imagine it's one of those three who've gone. Basically, I think they're the guys who are like, we need to go out and solve this. Like, we've run out of food, which means it's time. We can't just sit around trying to survive. We need to go out into the woods and find a new source of food, a way to escape, something. So they're the three adventurers. And then I think Jim hurts his leg, which sends them back, potentially. And they're the ones who come across the like doll things as well in the woods. So I think it's Jim who gets his leg in a bear trap, and I think that they try and bring him back to the town, and I think they end up going back in time instead, potentially.
Right. I do. I feel that. I can definitely feel that. And up here on the screen, I have put Tien Chen, her 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 shirt. Here, let's we get a better shot. I'm sorry about that, guys. Here's the shot of the color of Tien Chen's shirt, and here is Boy carrying the body. Where's Boy carrying the body? Where's he at carrying the body? Where's he at with the body? Right here, he's with the
The
body.
thing about Tien Chen is, I feel like they made her the lonely dragon for a reason,
Mm-hmm.
and I just feel like if they kill her off now, it's like, what purpose did she serve being the lonely dragon? I'm just,
Oh,
I'm
oh,
just wondering.
oh.
You know,
Well, her
I
purpose
guess
was
they're
to
gonna have to
give
wrap that up before she dies.
her purpose was to give the Chromanaku a map of the rainbow sky, and I'm gonna get to that as well. A map of the rainbow sky, because now we see that Jade is now drawing his own symbols in a book. Jade gets a hold of a book. Let me point this out real quick. Okay, so
Go
Victor
for it.
has some sort of map or legend. Okay, let's look at this legend real quick. If you notice, these two trees right here match these same trees that he's walking up to. So he's gonna have to turn, and something is buried there. So he's digging that up. He said he told he
Yes.
was in a conversation with Sarah and said he has to remember. But if we're gonna
Yeah.
talk about Tien Chen's purpose, her purpose was to give Jade that book and to also identify Victor in the picture. Where is the clip with Jade? These things right here, we definitely gonna talk about these. Um, this is hoodoo and voodoo and voodoo. Okay, this is what this is: hoodoo, voodoo, and voodoo. Okay, not the names of these characters here, but this is the school of thought that um this type of thing is created. Dolls with nails and things of that nature is what they do, and that actually are very significant in hoodoo culture. If anybody watched American Horror Story, go back and watch the one with the witches in New Orleans and whatnot. You'll see a lot of this represented by Angela Bassett's character, because she was like the voodoo priest or the hoodoo priest in that season. But let's find the clip where Jade is like laid out, and I want to point some things out about my theory as well. This was creepy as shit right here. This lady right here with the keys, that was creepy. I think Randall saved some people. I think Randall saved some people. I think Randall has a redemption arc here at some point. It seems like he was dropping some wisdom in this part. Let's listen to what he says here.
I don't think that's the worst thing that can happen. Everybody just talks about how afraid they are of dying. Well, I don't think that's the worst thing that can happen to you here.
All right, so Randall says that everybody's talking about their fear of dying. However, I don't think that's the worst thing that can happen to you out here. So obviously Randall has had some sort of change of heart. He's not skeptical that this place is on some bullshit anymore. He knows something. He just came back from being one of the three that were taken. They touch, they break, they steal. He was stolen. He was stolen. Kenny was touched, and Paula was broken. And he was one of the three. They come for three. Here they are, they come for three. He was one of them. And as I told you, I think that while they were in there, they saw something. They had to see something. Something had them screaming. Something was happening to him. And I think he saw something. And I think he comes out a changed man. Um, Donna did a lot of crying in the trailer, and she seemed to be under some sort of distress and breaking herself. However, that don't stop me from being skeptical of Donna, and that doesn't stop Donna's behavior from raising my eyebrows. because there's one thing that she definitely says that kind of confirms Taryn's theory. Donna says the game is rigged. And she specifically says that. I got to find out where she says it at. It was close to the end, I believe. There's so much to
because they
talk about.
never beat the boogeyman. And
Yes,
what does Abby say to Boyd in the finale of season 3? Do you really think you can win this time? So there's
Okay.
rounds to this game that they're playing, and they've never won before.
Okay,
Right?
so
And then Donna's saying this game is rigged. It's because they've never won. It's really difficult to win against the boogeyman. He's really good at this game.
okay, so here is back to what I was saying about Tien Chen's purpose. She gave Jade the book, okay,
Yes.
and she also identified Victor in that picture and sent Jade on this mission. Now, as I said, I believe
Yep.
that book will serve as some sort of map, because now we see Jade making his own. Now, if y'all familiar with my theory about this whole thing, I believe that where those roots are, a spider comes down from those roots and bites the children and turns them into slow walkers. That's what I believe. If we look at what's going on with Jade in this scene,
No matter what.
we see something very similar to what I'm saying being depicted. He's laying on his back like one of the children. He's looking up. He has his book of symbols. Now, look at the way he's drawn his symbols here. He's not been as artistic as Christopher was. Christopher drew them a lot like how they actually look. But Jade has drawn them like straight lines that go straight across. His are different, and they seem to be intersecting in the middle. As I stated before, I think Jade will be the one to figure out, at the very minimum, when people will be coming in. When and if not, I wouldn't be surprised if he'd be actually able to narrow down where they came from. And I think that he's figuring that out with this. Now, when we look at these ropes that he's drawn above himself, they're very reminiscent of to a spider web. And he's laying below them, looking up at them. He's obviously drunk. He's drinking. He's got a glass in his hand, but he's been drawing the symbols, and this thing has been eating him alive. He's fighting this thing. And what I mean by fighting this thing, he's trying to figure this shit out. Jade is actually on the path to figuring this thing out. And as we see this going on. And we also see in the trailer that someone has come into Frumlin. There is an ambulance. And this ambulance.
You think that's a new one?
Yes, that's a new ambulance. That's a new ambulance, and this ambulance is from Knox County. Now,
yes.
Now I brought up a point about Knox County. Now, Knox County is a few hours, is all the way on the other side from Henning, right? Henning is where the Fort Pillow massacre happened with the Civil War soldiers. Now, Knox County is also very significant to the Civil War, because that's where there was a battle in Knoxville. Hold on, let me pull it up. It was the battle. It was the Battle of Fort Saunders. The Battle of Fort Saunders took place in Knox County, Tennessee, which is in Knoxville. And it's not that far from Gatlinburg as well, which Gatlinburg is also significant to the Civil War. So this Knox County ambulance coming in there, and I definitely think this is a new ambulance. If you look over here, somebody's dead. The monster's got a hold of somebody right there. They're laying down there dead. The lights are on this ambulance.
Yep.
And we see
That's
these.
true. They stripped everyone.
Right. The other one was stripped. We see these 4 slow walkers here, And we seen them again in another part of the trailer. Pardon me, guys, for bouncing around on the trailer like this back and forth, but I gotta find this for y'all. Okay, so here it is. All right, so when we see these slow walkers right here, those same 4 slow walkers, notice the lights hit them. It's dark first, and then the lights hit them.
So the only way we
And it's real quick. It shows to you real quick. And I think I could freeze frame it. It's dark. It's dark right here on them, and then the light comes on. And so we see that that's what that is. We also see another person pointing a gun at a slow walker. This looks like a cop, but it could also be a EMT. I don't know if they carry guns or not, but she's got one. I don't know who that is, and she obviously doesn't know the drill about Frumlin because she's pointing a gun at a slow walker, which is pretty much pointless, right? So this is a new person. There was another new person in there. There's so much to talk about in this trailer. You look at what's going. So let me stop. Let me stop for a minute. Taryn, what are your thoughts on some of this stuff? Like, it's so much to unpack. What are your thoughts on some of this?
All right. So, I mean, look, it's a crazy trailer. I think it's a really good trailer. I'm still so curious when they start on this journey because, frankly, the one thing that disappointed me about this trailer is it hints at them going on a journey. And I want to see more journeys on the show. I want to see what else is out there. But a lot of this trailer seems to be focused on what's going on in the town specifically. So I'm hoping that this is very early on and we move the plot a lot more forward. We get to the time travel sooner. We get to the other town, potentially a Canadian town sooner. I'd love to see more of that. But it seems like I'm worried that potentially because of delays, because of the writer's strike, they had to sort of make a filler season because they didn't have time to do all the stuff they wanted to do if they have to do time travel and stuff. I don't know. That's just my thinking. But I don't know if you would be okay with opening a web page I sent you on WhatsApp.
Oh, absolutely. Let's do it. On WhatsApp. Pull it up.
It's a Reddit post.
The Reddit post. Got it. Hoodoo in the trailer for season 3. Yes, you caught that. You and I both caught that at the same time when I think I sent you the trailer. Oh, you're on it. You're already on it.
Yeah, and I dropped you some credit in there as well because you were the one who mentioned when we were talking about spitting that Jade also spits in the bar.
He does.
I don't know if you remember telling me.
And spitting is called it's called spirit libation. Spirit libation. Some people do libation like where this is where the gesture where a lot of gangsters in gang culture, they pour out liquor. They might take a sip and pour some out for the dead homies. I know people have heard that. Mm-hmm. That's actually derived from voodoo. And when I say voodoo, I'm not saying voodoo, but voodoo with an N on the end. And this is that comes from that. And when Jade meets Tom in the bar and he tries the liquor, he spits it out. And I did a video about this, and I showed from a movie. It was an old school movie called Marked for Death with Steven Seagal, where he was going to war with the Jamaicans, and they were practicing voodoo. Now they were practicing voodoo with the 2 O's on the end, and they went. Somebody went to a Spanish priestess and asked her to do a protection spell against the Jamaicans. And while she was doing it, they came and killed her. But they came and deleted her. And she would, during her little ritual though, she like cut a chicken's head off and everything, and like she did all of this
Mm-hmm.
situation, and what she was spitting out the Bacardi, and
Right. Right.
that's one of the rituals. But okay, so where we at? I was just kind of giving a little time for it to pop up on the screen.
No, no.
You
I
could
mean,
tell me
look,
where to go.
it's your area. It's your area of expertise, my brother. So I wanted to let you say everything you want to about hoodoo because you have that experience. I'm going to talk about my sort of. I think my theory is a little more specific than yours because you touch on voodoo and voodoo. I'm more focused on hoodoo specifically because I think it's attached to a historical figure.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't mind scrolling down a little bit, I wanted to point out that these dolls with the nails in the head are very similar to Hoodoo Nkondi,
Yes.
which are these nail impaled dolls. And they were used to trap spirits to control them, and they were used to curse other people. So I thought that was kind of interesting that that's there. And then let me
And then
just
of
make
course
sure I
we
can
have
see what's
another
on the
bottle
screen.
tree.
Exactly. We have another bottle tree. What's interesting about hoodoo bottle trees is that they typically have blue bottles on them. And
Yeah,
what's
and the
interesting
bottles
about
are
the
like
bottle
placed on
tree,
the branches.
yeah. So in this case, it's slightly different so that people don't guess it right away. But I believe that you can see blue bottles in this tree, and there are also blue bottles in the tree in Fromland. So again, this is a hoodoo practice that I think Eloise has copied as part of her memory. So if you wouldn't mind continuing to scroll, there's a few more clues towards hoodoo here that we should discuss.
We also have the newspaper on the wall.
Exactly. So hoodoo, protective magic, they would paste newspapers on the wall of the room, just like in Victor's room, there are newspaper cuttings there. So you can see an image there of a hoodoo practitioner with the newspapers on the wall there. I think I'm like 10 seconds behind you,
No,
real, so I
I'm
can't quite see what's on the
I'm
screen.
already tracking
Yeah.
with you and scrolling as you talk.
Yeah.
I'm right on it.
Okay, sweet. I'll just leave it with you then I'll just trust you to be doing that while I'm talking. But yeah, so that's great. So yeah, and then there's the spitting that we discussed. You can see this when Boyd comes out of the Martins prison, he starts spitting and retching on the floor. There's other instances of people spitting as well on the show that I can't remember off the top of my head. And then we also have the boogeyman and the ballerina infested with worms and cicadas. And something that's interesting about hoodoo is that a very common curse was to curse people to have worms inside them, like living worms inside them, and then often insects as well. Not specifically cicadas. They might have included
typically
cicadas.
it was like
and
flies. Typically it was the bot fly.
Yeah, so it would typically be the botfly, but potentially in Fromland, all there is cicadas as an insect for her to use, so she uses the cicadas, right?
Right.
And then
or they just
another
used
interesting.
they used a different. Now I want to talk about two things real quick before you continue, right?
Go for it.
I was gonna say something about the the spitting, but I forgot what I was gonna say, so I'm gonna talk about the cicadas. So the cicadas, they probably used the cicadas just because they wanted to do the same thing, like similar to how they did the bottle tree, right? They didn't do the bottle tree like how we see the bottle tree done in actual hoodoo practitioner, right? They hung it from the tree. Just the same way as they didn't use an actual bot fly for the spell or the curse of the cicadas. And my theory on that is I think that they knew about the double brood cicadas that were going to emerge in 2024, and they threw that into their writing. And they were told to throw that into their writing. Now, that's just my theory
Hmm.
about that. But
Interesting.
yeah, so
Interesting.
that's just my theory about that. But yeah, go ahead
Hmm.
and so
Hmm.
you can go ahead. Now we're here at the paragraph.
Cool. So, by the way, cicadas are native to Newfoundland as well.
Mm.
So I thought that would be worth mentioning. So then there's also a hoodoo cursing powder called Goofa Dust, and Goofa Dust was made very specifically from grave dirt, which we see in many shops, insect chitin, and obviously we see cicadas and dead cicadas around, anvil dust, and obviously we have Ellis doing some like tool making and blacksmithing. When Fatima says, "Let's go to the Brundles," he's got a did you notice how he has a cloth wrapped around his mouth as if there's dust in the air?
Mm-hmm.
So again, anvil dust. Then there's ashes. You've got Catri's sermon where he talks about ashes to ashes, dust to dust. There's also oil that was used, and there's an oil poster in the bar. And they would also put in Bible verses, like pages from the Bible. And we see Bible verses being written out by Catri, and we have Tilly and Catri repeating Bible verses throughout the show.
And
And
Megan.
then even in
Megan as well.
and Megan.
Megan
We
and
also
Tilly are
see.
connected.
Mm, oh, interesting. Why do you think that?
I think that Tilly is the grandmother of Megan. I think that she's the mother of either Frank or Lauren Pratt. And I think
Oh,
she's
that's
going to
interesting.
find that out because she mentioned how
Okay.
many children she has. Some people think that that's a reference
Mm-hmm.
to the 7 children used on the slabs. However, I think
Mm-hmm.
it's a reference to her children so that they can reveal that maybe her child was brought there. Because as we see, Bacta's connected to somebody that knew the rhyme. Elgin had a dream about this place, obviously. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Mari is connected to Christy. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Brian and Kelly were also in the
Yeah. Yeah.
bus, and they were
Yeah.
connected to Boyd. So there are connections being brought in on this bus, and I don't think that we have realized all of the connections. And I think that's another reason why they've made Tilly stand out as a character to reveal that she is also connected to someone in Frumlin, which I think are the Pratts.
I think that that's a very, very good theory, and I don't hate it at all. I think that's really interesting, and I would love to see that on the show.
Oh yeah, I
Um,
think we will get that. I
yeah,
think we'll learn that she is. That's going to be definitely one of my predictions that she is going to find out that her family was there.
yeah, yeah.
So go ahead, go
So
for it.
another thing is that they have these things called mojo bags, and I noticed that there's a pouch in Victor's lunchbox tied with string that looks a lot like a mojo bag. And then Van oil is a substance that's also used in hoodoo, and obviously they have the van on the show that they mention quite often. And again, we have the oil poster in the bar. Foot track magic is also a type of hoodoo magic. So it would be basically like if someone steps in the wrong place, that they get the curse. It's almost like a trap. And there are many references on the show to watching your step, watch your feet. They say that randomly sometimes when people are walking or they're injured and they're helping them. And
Welcome,
all of
Chris
this hoodoo
LaBelle,
stuff,
to
I think.
the magnified posse here. We in the building. I just got a member. Not to cut your wisdom, brother.
Oh, no, that's good. We got to celebrate whenever someone joins. That's awesome.
Yes,
Thank you
indeed.
very much, Chris LaBelle. Appreciate you. That's very nice of you. We should all support Real as much as possible. If anyone's still listening to me rambling on, let's all give him a like on his video to make sure it gets out to the family. Yeah, awesome.
Yes, indeed.
So shall I
We
keep
got
going?
55 people in the building, 58 people, something like that in the building, and 28 likes. Let's bump those likes up a little bit so we can get this out there. You guys know that people are definitely searching this trailer today, and Taryn is dropping some jewels right now. So it'll be a great time for them to come in. We'll recap some things a little later, but there's so much to unpack about this trailer. and we're getting into it as we speak.
Mm. So one last thing, basically, which is this historical figure called who was known as Aunt Caroline Dye. Now we'll see her as a teenager, where her real name would have been Caroline Tracy at this time because she hadn't married yet.
Yes.
And remember, Chrissy says, you said that you were going to see your aunt. That's why you were on the bus, to see your aunt. Now, that's terrible writing, by the way, to have a character say the same thing twice. So I think what the writers have done, because they're fantastic writers, is to highlight this going to see your aunt. And people would say, I'm going to see Aunt Caroline, because she was like a fortune teller and a healer. And she would fortune tell by spreading playing cards, like normal playing cards in front of her, which is very similar to Tilly doing her solitaire in Medina. And obviously there's references to fortune telling in the From theme song. So again, a hint to Caroline. And I think that she comes to Fromland in like 1869, maybe, because that's when OK Ito came to the United States. So I think OK Ito will be a character in her timeline. Ellis Falls, who was a Civil War soldier who fought at the Fort Pillow massacre, I think he'll be there. And I think what we're seeing with these worms and cicadas inside the Boogeyman, I think the Boogeyman is tormented by these curses that she placed on it in the 1860s, and maybe even the roots are connected to her, because obviously Hoodoo practitioners were known as root doctors, and Katri's first name also means roots. And I think even this curse, I think it even happens in the church, because Boyd, he says, now I'm cursing in the house of the Lord, which makes me think that that's a hint to say when this curse by Caroline Dye happens in the 1860s timeline, it will happen in the church. So I think we'll meet her via time travel. I think Jim and potentially Ethan are going to travel back to 1978. I think Kenny and Jade potentially will travel to 1931. And I think someone else, maybe Ellis, will travel to the 1880s timeline. So I think there's going to be a lot of time travel, and I think we're going to end season 3 with 3 sets of people in 3 different timelines. That's my thinking on all of that.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, they're definitely making these references. I mean, if you look at these, this is an undeniable reference, guys. Look at this. You see this. You've seen the bottle tree. You've seen Jade spitting. Okay. You've seen the newspapers in Victor's room. Okay. And now you see this. This right here is a smoking gun. If you look at this picture right here, you understand of the Condi, the Condi doll. This Condi doll is a definite reference to these structures or these figures that we see that someone has created. In my very last live, I do remember I did say this in my last live, that I think that there are other people. And it was one of my predictions. It was one of my predictions. I think there are other people out there in the woods. And we see Kenny and Jim reaching 2 log cabins. Very interesting. Someone steps in a bear trap. Very interesting. Who put a bear trap out there? So
there's someone living out there.
Yes, there's definitely someone living out there. I said that in my very last live. I remember saying that there are other people out there. I said, who put the talismans out there? There are other people.
Is it another town?
I wouldn't be surprised if it's another town. And as I said before, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some trains.
Yeah, I think we'll see a train. I think we'll see a train, or at least a town with train tracks running through it. I think it's potentially the train that we see will be a train from the 1880s, potentially, maybe a circus train, for example. But I agree with you. There's definitely hint, I think even Ethan wears some pajamas that have trains on them. Well, maybe it's his bag that has trains on it, but there's definitely there's train tracks shown on the show. You know, I think that they specifically filmed. There's no train lines ever that existed near the set of From, which means they found a location to film that scene with the overgrown train tracks on it, right? So they must be a train. I totally agree with you there. Those cabins, can you bring that up, do you think, on the screen so we can take a look at them? Because I thought I saw them made of stone, but maybe they're made of, oh yeah, here we are. Believable and scary as hell. Yeah, do you think that's not from land? I mean, that's not from town, right? That's a
I
different,
think
that's a different town.
that's where Kenny and Jade are. I mean, Kenny and Jim.
Yeah.
That's and I think they have gone deep into the woods in another direction other than the direction that Boyd goes in all the time. Boyd always goes, and I bet you they had a conversation, and he asked, which way did you go? We're going to go the other way. And they went the other way, and this is what they found. In the trailer.
Do you think they go through the bottle tree?
No. I don't think they went through a bottle tree, and the reason why I don't think they went through a bottle tree is because they both I don't see two people going through the bottle tree ending up in the same place together.
Well, oh, that's interesting. That's an interesting thought. That's a very interesting thought. I like that a lot.
Like, let's keep this. Okay, so here's the first one that they come across. This one right here is the first figure that they come up to. Okay? Now this figure, you can't see any nails. I don't see any nails in the skull. However, there is a halo or a wreath of sorts around the crown of the head. Now, I also want to point out that this skull has a hole where Kelly's hole was, where they put the rod in her head. Now, I know I sound like a broken record, but I said the same thing about the Martin having a hole or a scar there, and also the Amgui kids. So the the baby Crip walk,
lips sewn together.
Crip walkers. Now, I also want to point out that this skeleton, this doesn't look like a human skeleton. This doesn't look like a human skeleton. This looks like someone crafted this. And it also looks like this eye right here is closed up, or something happened to the eye of this one.
The mouth looks like it's been stitched up, if you ask me.
Yes, the mouth. This head looks like one of them little shrunken heads from Beetlejuice, but it's not shrunken. But this is obviously not an actual...
Did they stitch lips? Did they stitch lips in like Hoodoo dolls?
Absolutely. Yes, they do. They stitch
to shut
lips
someone up?
To shut someone up, to silence. It's called a silencing spell. So they
Dude, this has got to be it, man. This is a Hoodoo spell used against the Boogeyman. These are made by humans to fight the Boogeyman. That's what I think.
Right, and so
just like the bottle tree,
just like the talisman. So there are people.
It's all to fight him.
Right. So they were fighting this entity. They're fighting this entity with various types of magic. Types of magic from different schools of thought.
Yes. Different cultures.
America has been known from day one to be a melting pot of people from all over the world, bringing their cultures, bringing their religions and customs here. That's what America is pretty much known for, right? And America has something that is unique to a lot of, some countries have it, but freedom of religion. So people were allowed to practice these things, and people were allowed to, if they had certain ordinances where you weren't allowed to have chickens and goats, you can get a religious exemption and be exempt from that rule. There are people in New York City and brownstones in New York Cities with goats for sale in the basement because they practice voodoo and it's their religious right to do so. There was actually a movie about it. There wasn't a movie about it, but the movie was about the lawyer, and the lawyer was making the case for the brother I don't know if somebody saw this movie, drop it in the chat. But the lawyer was making the case for the brother that he was allowed to do those rituals. Oh, it was the movie The Devil's Advocate with
Oh,
Keanu Reeves and Al Pacino. And one of the guys, somebody had filmed the guy doing a voodoo ritual in his basement, cutting like a goat's neck open. And they were able to free this guy from his charges, because they said that he has, in the state of New York and in America, you have the right to practice this stuff. And so many people would bring customs, like even in New Orleans, you had rich slave owners that would actually consult with hoodoo priests, and to protect themselves. When they got sick, they would call a hoodoo priest. And so these things are definitely like respected in America, and were always respected. And America always would use that to tout themselves as the land of the free, you see? And so these things were practiced. This is definitely, I mean, you've seen the bottle tree, you see the talismans, you see these things here, these dolls here, you see Jade spitting. There are definitely breadcrumbs that show you that there was someone in this town fighting some sort of deity with multiple different types of magic throughout time. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I think there's a witch in every timeline, some sort of shaman type character, pretty much always female, but not always, fighting against the boogeyman. And I think in the 1860s timeline, that is Caroline Tracy. And then in another timeline, it might be an Inuit shaman, an Ankui, one of the Ankui. And then in another one, could be something else.
I want to show y'all some misdirection real quick. I just peeped this. This is a big misdirection. I want y'all to look at this. So you see Kenny and Jim, they're walking, and they come upon this first structure. Now, then it goes to a shot where they're both standing there together again, and they're standing by one of these structures, and Kenny he doesn't draw his gun, but he pulls it from the holster as if they saw a threat. I'm gonna tell you right now that these scenes are not the same time. How do we know? Look at the arm of this. Figure here. This figure's arm is straight, and that is his right arm. That would be the figure's right arm. Then when we look at the right arm of this figure is way more bulkier. This figure's arm is a stick, and it has a branch. It's like a branch that broke off, and they broke this branch off. These are tree people. These people are made out of pieces of trees. Okay? So trees, here we are again with the tree theme. But I wanted to point that out. And also the fact that here was another misdirect. The fact that, okay, it shows Elgin sitting there, and he's looking up, and we can tell that he's in the Colony House kitchen. But then they show us, they made it look like he was looking at this ventriloquist dummy, but he wasn't. He was looking at something else. And then they showed us the shot of this ventriloquist dummy. Where the hell is this ventriloquist dummy? Where is this chair? I haven't seen this chair. This chair doesn't look like something that they would just have out there. I think this may be some sort of flashback showing us the origins of what's up with this ventriloquist dummy. But even the ventriloquist dummy, that has its roots in magic as well. Ventriloquism literally comes from necromancy and speaking to dead things. And it's It's when people used to portray themselves as if they were speaking as someone else, and they would speak from the stomach. They would throw their voice pretty much, and they would claim that they were speaking to spirits and dead people, and it was called ventriloquy, and ventri meaning your stomach and quilly meaning to speak. So they were speaking from the stomach. But that's just another thing. Were you gonna add anything in there, brother?
I just wanted us to quickly go and look at the paintings in Eloise's basement one more time. And as for the dummy, I believe that he belongs to someone called I've forgotten what it is. It's a 1930s ventriloquist guy.
What do you make of this painting in that basement?
Yeah, Charlie McCarthy is the name of the dummy. I think that is the dummy, Charlie McCarthy, the doll. But that's just my
Charlie
pet
McCarthy
theory.
was a ventriloquist dummy, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that I don't think he's like the original dummy. I think it's the Boogeyman shape-shifting to look like him. So I think the real dummy is like probably in a museum somewhere in the real world.
So
But I
that's what
think
you
that
think this
the
painting right here is?
Yeah, sorry. So there's a painting there. Yeah. If you could zoom in on the like devil, sort of in line with Tabitha's chest, it's sort of to the right of the middle of the. Yeah, there. You got it. There it is. So do you notice the horns on that guy's head?
The horn.
Sort of looks like a horn.
You're talking about this guy with the white frills around his neck and wrist?
Yeah. So he's wearing a Tudor collar, those fluffy things,
right?
Which is the same as pictures in Ellis's room, right? Those
right.
Tudor ruffs, those neck pieces. So I think it's signaling a devil from the Tudor era. It may be a clue to this guy. Let me see if I can find a picture. Here we go.
I want to say there are also some bird cages right there next to him. But I think that's a hat on his head. I think that's a top hat.
It could be. I'm going to send you something on WhatsApp again. Sorry, it's the only way I know how to send you stuff.
No, we're doing it.
Yeah. Actually, I'll just send you the image directly. There you go. That might be easier.
Oh yeah. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah. Okay.
So there is this barber, hairdresser, and surgeon who accompanied John Cabot on his journey, and no one knows what his name was. And I believe that on the show, it will be this guy called Oliver Ledime. And the statue picture that I just sent you, I don't know if it's on the screen yet.
Yeah, it's up there while you're talking for sure.
Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, so I think this individual, Oliver Ledime, Oliver the Deer, also known as Oliver the Devil, he was a favorite of the king. In fact, he is the original favorite. I don't know if you've ever heard of favorites before, but they were basically sort of friends of royalty who were given special treatment and resented by everyone else for being a favorite. And on the show, the word favorite is used all the time in really awkward places. What's your favorite book? What's your favorite book? When Julie wakes up, she's going to be hungry. We make her favorite. My father had a saying. Well, he had a lot of sayings, actually, but my favorite one was always. So you see that favorite is used on the show several times. And I believe that this character, this devil character, is Oliver Ledime. and he was a surgeon and a barber, a hairdresser, and I think he's the one who does the brain surgery. He's the one who does the hairdressing. So have you noticed how there's a barber's pole outside Colony House, and then we have an entire scene where Marielle gets her haircut, and isn't it always at Colony House we can always see people getting haircuts in the background? So in my opinion, this guy, yeah, there you go. I think it's a clue to this Tudor era man named Oliver Le Dime, which means Oliver the deer. And remember, they talk about a deer on the show when Donna and her sister are coming back from a hunting trip. And I think that's who this is, Oliver Le Dime. And we'll see him as one of the villains in the Cabot timeline, which is the main origin story of FromLand. So yeah, there you go. That's my theory on that.
Okay, it looks, and just to add on to what your theory is, it looks like he's cut something from around his neck as well. So
yeah, so that
dope.
I think. Let me see if I can send it to you. Tudor Raw.
Now
Here
I
we go.
definitely got to say I can see what you're saying about like the shape of his head and then those maybe horns right there, and that kind of reflects. However, it does to me look like this dude has a top hat on, which is also, you have like certain figures that wore top hats in magic. As a matter of fact, magicians wear top hats as well.
Oh yeah. Do you know who else wears a top hat? Bonhomme Setters, the boogeyman of northeastern Canada.
And also Baron
I'm gonna
Samedi.
say, yeah, Baron Samedi, definitely. I'm sending you two images. I hope you don't mind if we throw them up on the screen, if you have a second.
Oh no, we okay. Oh, you put the frills in there. Okay, so yeah, that's what
Yeah.
he has around his neck right there. Okay, I just
Yeah.
pulled that one up. That one lands for me, for sure. This lands.
Yeah.
Now, who is this guy right here?
That is Bonhomme Setters. He's the boogeyman of northeastern Canada. He has an umbrella, and you'll notice people with umbrellas even during the daytime, particularly at the funeral
you're
scene.
talking about this guy right here. You're talking about this guy that had the clock around his neck.
Yes, that is Bonhomme Setters. And he has a bag, and notice that everyone wears bags. He also lives in a hut in the forest, just like what Boyd finds all the talismans in. There's many references to clocks and time on the show and getting in before dark. Bonhomme Setters is the boogeyman who steals children away in his sack. He also throws sand in people's eyes to blind them, and he's the original Sandman. And isn't there a song about a Sandman on the show?
Yes,
Can he
there
kind of
is.
clown called the Sandman? So
Yes.
this is the main boogeyman. So in the timeline of From currently, the boogeyman is Bonhomme Setters. So every generation, the boogeyman is a different type of monster, depending on the stories of the people it hears. So in the latest timeline, it's using modern Northeast Canadian boogeyman mythology. In the Cabot timeline, it's Inuit mythology with a bit of Bearthuk thrown in there. In the Templar timeline, it's actually Micmac mythology. And it goes back and back, and it becomes Irish, then Welsh, then Greek, then Jewish, then Christian. So it goes all the way back. But this character, Bonhomme Setters, he is the main villain on the show. That is his power at the moment. Let me also tell you something about Bonhomme Setters. Bonhomme Setters was also known as the Bone Cracker. And isn't it interesting? And basically, he would kill people by breaking things inside them. And isn't it that Reggie says, something cracked inside her? Doesn't Reggie say that about that girl? Well, that's what the Bone Cracker was known for, this guy, Bonhomme Setters. He would crack the bones. And isn't it that when Marielle and Julie and Randall get kidnapped, their eyes turn white, just like Bonhomme Setters does when he blinds people.
I'm getting
So
some.
I
I'm
think
getting
there's a
some
lot of stuff.
requests in the chat to play the
Hmm.
trailer. Absolutely, we will definitely
Okay.
play the trailer one more time. Not one more time, but we're gonna definitely play this trailer now and again. We're cooking tonight. There's a lot to unpack. We didn't even talk about the blood coming out of Fatima's mouth. We didn't. I mean, there's a lot to unpack. We got to talk about it, y'all.
Yeah,
So let
she's
me.
losing teeth. She's losing teeth. I think that's related to
I think that's
a
related to her
spell.
pregnancy. The baby taking calcium from her, and
Yeah,
it's
that's also
happening.
part of it.
That right there that right there definitely supports our theory about
Accelerate.
about the accelerated pregnancy, because I mean the teeth just
Hmm.
straight coming out. Like there Coco
Yeah.
just dropped the $5 super chat. Yes indeed, Coco, thank you very much. You just donated to the Newfoundland trip that we're going on very soon. Taryn and I are going on the trip. If you want to help support the trip, when you buy a membership, when you do a super chat, or you could hit me on the Cash App, it goes directly to the proceeds for my half of the trip. And it's a trip that we're going on to Newfoundland, and we are going to document some of these things and make some connections, make a really dope documentary, and bring it back to the family so we can share it with the family. And we'll play it on here, talk about it. We'll talk about the references to From. It's going to be very entertaining. On this trip, we'll also be going live together. We'll be doing live streams all of the way. Hopefully, From will already be out, and we'll get to go live from Newfoundland and go live right after the show airs, and maybe do a pre-game show as well. But shout
They
out to
announced when it's coming, man. It's September 22nd. Is episode 1 of season 3.
oh yeah, so we'll be there. We'll be out and about.
We will.
We'll be out
We
and
will be
about.
there.
Yes, we'll be out and about. It will go down in the way that we say it is. It's gonna be while the show is on. And so yeah, if you want to support the trip, drop something in the Cash App. If you want to support the trip, you could drop a super chat, buy a membership. Shout out to Chris LaBelle for hopping on to the Magnified Posse for sure. We're in the building. Coco just dropped a nice $5 super chat that goes right towards the trip. And let's get right into this trailer again. I can't get enough of this trailer. It's jam-packed. I could watch it 10 more times. Easy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Oh, hold on.
Oh my God.
Like a dream.
It was an ambush.
How many did you save?
Just like a dream.
You did the only thing you could do. And you lost.
Like a dream.
Look, we're still in this thing,
The day you walked away.
but we have no idea what we're dealing with.
Unfortunately. Will you haunt me like a dream?
Things are getting worse around here, aren't they?
Boyd, we're out of food.
Too many things are changing. Yeah. I have to remember.
Remember what?
What's missing?
Nothing that I've been through is possible.
I think you're here for what's in the basement.
This place will not break us. We can still win. But the only way we go home is together.
Hello. The game here is rigged. Why can't they leave us alone?
No matter what this place throws at us, we're gonna find our way home. Everybody just talks about how afraid they are of dying. Well, I don't think that's the worst thing that can happen to you here.
You looking for these?
into my life,
You can't save them all.
but things are really how they seem.
And yo, I definitely want to point out the fact that the chorus and or the soundtrack on top of this trailer is saying like a dream, folks. So that is definitely a clue because this whole thing is a nightmare. However, check this out. When I first watched this trailer, if you didn't see the trailer yet, and that was your first time watching the trailer, I'm gonna run it back for you because that's what I did when I saw it for the first time. I ran it back like 3 or 4 times before I even started pausing it. So let me run it back again for you all.
Oh my God.
I think we lost Taryn.
It was an ambush.
How many did you save?
Just like a dream.
It's pretty late.
You did the only thing
over
you
there.
could
It's like
do.
early in the morning.
And you
Like
lost.
3:30 in the morning over there.
Like a dream.
Look, we're still in this thing,
The day you walked away.
but we have no idea what we're dealing with.
Unfortunately. Will you haunt me like a dream?
Things are getting worse around here, aren't they?
Boyd, we're out of food.
Too many things are changing here. I have to remember
Remember what?
what's missing.
Nothing that I've been through is possible.
I think you're here for what's in the basement.
This place will not break us. We can still win. But the only way we go home is together.
Hello. Get the run. Go. The game here is rigged.
Why can't they leave us alone?
No matter what this place throws at us, we're gonna find our way home.
Yes, indeed.
Everybody just talks about how afraid they are of dying.
You have Baron 70.
Well, I don't think that's the worst thing that can happen to you here.
Also wore that top hat.
Hello?
Like a dream.
You looking for these?
Into my life,
You can't save them all.
but things are really how they seem.
Yeah, Too Tall. We got to talk about that. That's something. That's something that I thought about as well. Jim just left the kids and went in the woods, just like Tabitha did. What is wrong with these people? Like, just like Victor's mom. What is up with their decisions? These decisions definitely have to be being made by someone else. These people are pieces in a game. Donna says that the game is rigged. And then she says, why don't they just leave us alone? Somebody else is pulling the strings with these people, bringing them there. They have a certain amount of free will is what I'm saying. Okay, so you said you wonder what they're all doing at the church. They're having a funeral. Let's look at the funeral. All right, first off, we'll just hit it with the reboot real quick, the recap. In my recap, or in this recap, I'm going to tell you what we talked about earlier, break it down a little bit, and then come back to where we are now. We talked about a lot. If you're just tuning in, we did talk about a lot. However, I think one of the main takeaways from this live so far is that may be Tien Chen, that everybody is at her funeral right here. I think that's Tien Chen. I think that's Kenny's mom. I think that for a couple of reasons, and now that I even think about it, Beverly said this to me early, and I agree with her. Okay. And shout out to Beverly in the chat. She's there in the chat. Shout out to all the mods. Shout out to all the new members. You know, if you feeling where we're going, if you're picking up what we're putting down here, drop some of those real enigmas and theories emojis in the chat. Take your pick, whatever you like. If you like the Fatima's gas pack, the magnifying glass, drop something in there if y'all feeling this live while I do this recap real quick. Just to reboot the chat for me as well, so I can try to just keep up with everything beyond those emojis. So in my first theory about this trailer is this right here showing us Boyd carrying someone. We can see if we zoom in right here, we can see that there is a mauve color garment coming out of this body being wrapped up. Okay. The body's wrapped up. And we see this mauve color shirt. So back over here, we also see who's wearing that mauve color shirt. And it is none other than the lonely dragon herself, Tien Chen. And that's tragic, y'all. That's real tragic. I hate to see that. I hate that that's her shirt. I hope that that's not her. However, we also got this part right here. Where is it? This is still new. So, okay, this is what we have right here. We have Kenny. And he's in the diner. And he's not in there with his mom. Every time we see Kenny at the diner, his mom is there. Okay? That's a fact. When she cut her hand on the glass, when Boyd came in there to apologize, Kenny was there. Boyd was apologizing to Tien Chen for concealing the fact that Sarah was still alive and what she had done to her husband. Kenny was there. Kenny's sitting there, and it looks like he has a flower. He has two flowers. He has a white one and a yellow one. The significance here is very overbearing for me. I think that we lost Tien Chen. I wouldn't be surprised if Ethan talks about the lonely dragon and references her as the lonely dragon. I wouldn't be surprised. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Let's engage with the chat. I agree with that. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Indeed. And I do want to engage with the chat here. You guys are moving. You guys are moving. Let's see what we have. Well, I thought Tabby was in a different dimension, but I'm guessing she made it back home. Yes, and it looks like she has gone back to the home of Victor. She's ended up going to see Eloise. And I think she is going to meet more people that know about Frumlin. Okay. Yes, indeed. So we got Dr. Deb. She's welcoming someone in for joining us. Welcome, Michelle. Okay. Yes, I think those items are in Eloise's paintings are memories of Frumlin. She possibly did the bottle tree too. Yes, I think she did the bottle tree. I think that is a definite okay, so we know Victor's mother's body was found. Victor found his mom's body. So she didn't make it, right? And so who made it? A lot of you theorized that she pushed Eloise through and then got caught up by somebody. I think that she did. I think she got caught up by Chris because Chris left her out there. And the slow walkers don't leave your body. They kind of like take it and put it on display, right? So I think Chris caught up with her and she pushed Eloise into the tree. Eloise made it out. I wonder if Eloise had to get pushed out of a tower. But I'm saying she made it out and she got out and she did the bottle trees herself. Yes. Yes. Yes, indeed. Bad parenting. Very bad parenting. I think the worst parent was Laura Pratt because Megan was standing at the window talking to a slow walker and she's just standing there. That's not your grandmother, Megan. Like, no. Megan, get the fuck away from that window. That's what she should have said. But, you know, what happened, happened. Okay. Yes, we are glad that she dropped by. Yes. Okay, what is this here? It'll break. Okay. MinXOXO says, it'll break my heart if she dies. But all the signs are pointing towards her death. They are pointing towards her death. And that's what I was talking about right here. I'll run through this part that I was talking about. Look at Kenny.
No idea what we're dealing with.
He's pissed. I wouldn't be surprised if a song came on the radio that reminded him of his mother and father or something. Or a song came on and he just wasn't trying to hear that shit right now. Like that would this right here definitely supports our brother Tony Teflon's theory about the Kenny Breaking Bad theory. He said for a long time that we're gonna get an arc where Kenny breaks bad because of the death of his mother. That brings me to a big question though. Is the person in the barn getting killed? Who's the person in the barn getting killed? Is that the same person that they're having the funeral for? Is that the same person that Boyd is carrying? Now, I can say that the person that Boyd is carrying into the church probably is the person that they're having the funeral for, but is that the person that was being tortured in the barn? That's a good question. Let's look at some more of these. Tien Chen or Christie are goners. Or Christie are goners. I hope it's not both this season or Kenny will finally snap. Now, I predicted that it would be Kenny that would be gone. But it looks like Kenny's got some more episodes under his belt. Like it looks like he's, he's traveling with Jim, which is a weird combination, kind of, right? I didn't expect that. Okay. What else we got going? I think the old man that Tabitha meets up with is a family member of Victor or possibly his dad. Yes, I talked about that earlier. That was part of something that I was saying. It's clearly his father because you could see in the top picture in the hallway, you can see the father, the mother, Victor, and Eloise. You see Miranda standing there, and I'm sure that that's Victor's dad. And I wouldn't be surprised if Victor is a junior. I bet his name is Victor. I bet you that's Victor, that's Victor's dad, and I bet you his name is Junior. I bet you Victor's a junior. I wouldn't be surprised if Victor's dad's name is Victor. But that's Victor's dad. I'm thinking that's Victor's dad. I gotta say this. Kenny dying, I think Kenny losing his mom is actually worse. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think Kenny losing his mom is actually worse. I think that's worse than death for him. And it's funny that Randall says something very similar to that in the trailer. He says people worrying about dying, well, they're things that are worse than death. Like, You know, you losing your mom in a place like this, and you know she went through hell if she dies here with them slow walkers. So yeah, that would be kind of sad. You know, he already saw his dad's body ripped to pieces. You know, yes, we talked about the blood in Fatima's mouth a little bit. That might be indicating that accelerated pregnancy we were talking about, you guys. Like if there's an accelerated pregnancy, then surely that baby would be sucking the calcium right out of her bones, right? So that could possibly be what that is. Okay. Meme Lord says, keep it up. Great live stream. Thank you very much, Meme Lord. Good to see you here. I've never seen you here before. Welcome. Welcome. I let anybody comment today, you know. If you're here, you can comment. I usually do subscribers only. I'm a small channel trying to get it up there a little bit. Let's see. I'm still trying to, Pagan Sky says, I'm still trying to figure out why they are outside at night. That's a very good question. What happened that made it so that so many people were outside at nighttime? We talked about this the last stream. I think it was either the last stream or the stream before that, when I think Julie called in and we talked about that. Julie's it might have even I don't remember, but I think Julie talked about that. If you did talk about that, Julie, bring that up in the chat. She talked about possible ways that Boyd, because we were talking about possible ways. How would Boyd and them end up in? How would Boyd and whoever was being tortured in the barn end up in the barn after night with the slow walkers out? You know what I'm saying? And then there's another question, like, do we know that the slow walkers, is it that they can't come out at night, or is it that they just don't come out at night? You know what I mean? They're not vampires. We see that now. Does the sunlight hurt them? You know? They are seriously doing poor Kenny wrong, Pagan Sky says. Yeah, if they took his mom away like that, that is. Yeah, the scenes with them outside at nighttime that brings a lot of questions, like what happened? Chrysla says, what if we find out she just let somebody hold her sweater, and when Kenny was in the diner at the time, she was in the restroom? Yes, that is wishful thinking. If wishful thinking is that's it. If wishful thinking is a thing with this, then that's it right there, sis. And I'm with you on that. I'm going to add on to your wishful thinking a little bit. Let's do this real quick. Here's the funeral. It's possible that that's Tien Chen sitting next to Kenny.
Everybody just talks about how.
Right here we see the head. It's very possible that this person is Tien Chen. Now that I zoom in on it, it kind of looks like Christy, because I see a little bit of curliness in there, and we see Christy's new do a little bit. It's a little curlier. Look when Jim sits up. Could that be Tien Chen, or could that be Christy? Right behind Jim's head, who is that? So this is just wishful thinking. We know that this is Tilly right here. This is Kenny. There's Ethan. There's Jim. Who else we have? Who else can we identify without a shadow of a doubt? That's Boyd. Here's Donna. This is Jade. And this is Mari. This looks like Mari. To me, this looks like Mari. My thing is, where's Julie? What if we lost more than one person, like I said before about the bodies inside of the cart? Hopefully we didn't lose Julie. That would be tragic, because then that would blow another one of my theories out the water. Because I think that Julie's going to be very instrumental in Tabitha getting communication back to Fromlin. Yeah, I was saying that Fatima may have an emergency with the pregnancy and they'll have to go outside like they did with Ellis. Yes. Julie said how they would, she gave a really good way for them to, be outside. The accelerated pregnancy could be going down. And while that's going down, she goes into labor or some sort of false labor where she needs to run out to the clinic. Next thing you know, the slow walkers is out there and they don't make it to the clinic as lucky as Ellis made it to the clinic, you see? And that is how they could have gotten caught out there. But now we see that there are more people outside. There are a lot of people outside. Jade was about to get his ass tore up and Victor ran over there and saved him. See, there's two sides of Victor. There's the little squeamish Victor that we saw inside of the tunnel that got scared of the ventriloquist dummy and turned around and kind of broke out. And then we see the heroic Victor, the Victor that had a rope ready to throw out the window and climb out the window if need be and got Julie to safety and things of that nature. That's what we saw there. Now we see him saving Jade's ass, which is crazy to me. Like, I don't know. Where's that part at? We got to find that part. Uh-oh. Let's back it up. Let's get rid of this. And I'm going to play the trailer again. We're going to go over it because I know you guys are really smart. Things are jumping out to you. Yo, I just feel like this is a breadcrumb to my theory about the spider webs being above the symbol, the spider coming down and biting the children while they're laying on their back, looking up at the root system. A spider or spiders come through, like those little black spiders come through and bite the children. And Jade putting that web there, that could mean a lot of different things. It could be coordinates. It could be, him trying to figure out a way that this place maps. But it could be any of those things. But I love the fact that it kind of gives my theory a little bit of credence. I think for that theory, I'm right. The veins in the children and then their claws, that's undeniable. And I think the reason they're all in the church is because they lost multiple people in a massacre. That makes a lot of sense. Let's look at that. Let's look at that again. It doesn't look like multiple people are in the church, but it could be a church service for multiple people for sure. It's obvious that they lost a lot of people. It's obvious that they lost a lot of people. A lot of people ended up dead. Somebody, we got some new people. I want to ask you guys this. Hold on. I'm gonna find it. Let me go through a couple more comments real quick, and I want to find something. There's a person on here that looks like they got their love handle chopped off by one of the slow walkers, or something happened, or maybe shot, and I couldn't figure out who it is. It looks like a new person. Okay. Beverly says that Christy is next to Kenny. Nas said, I think Randall will die, but I hope not. Yo, for real though, Randall is kind of a dope character. He brings some contention between the actual residents, and he's just as much as a little hard ass as Donna. They really clashed. I mean, she bust him upside his head with that shotgun in the diner, and then he bust her ass upside the head and tied her to a tree. So they have some weird chemistry going on, but I like it. Okay. That makes sense, Blue. What did Blue Cassius say? The sirens going off and everyone's drawn to the new arrivals. So people are out and alert to alert them. So people rush out to alert them. Each season I can see them adding new arrivals. Indeed. I can definitely see that as well. Along with Julie's theory about Fatima's pregnancy, that's a good way to get them outside. There's probably the sirens, and all of that. Someone was definitely brought in there. We see new people there. We saw the woman with the gun, and I think we see her dead on the ground as well. Um, yeah, because you don't point guns at slow walkers. Where's that? What? Here's the shot. Here's the shot of the slow walkers. Uh, Whoever is driving that ambulance is pulling up and making a busting a turn right here. And Tien Chen sees that. Okay. There was Victor rushing to save Jade. Look at the milkman. Isn't it the irony of the milkman killing the cow? I mean, what is the irony there? Like,
The only way we go home is together.
Hello.
okay. This is another thing that I wanted to unpack real quick. Hold on once. Let's see what's going on here. I wonder how many days equal a season there. Like how the pregnancy might be accelerated. Are the seasons accelerated as well? It could be. Victor stated that he doesn't remember the seasons changing, but as we get into this trailer, we do hear Victor talking to Sarah, saying that he needs to remember what is missing. So that's something to unpack there. This trailer, if you thought that 30-second trailer, the teaser that we got was packed full of shit, this trailer is packed full of things to unpack. Oh my God, look at Julie's hands in that freeze frame. That's crazy. Anyway, this scene right here with the grandmother and Ethan opening the door made me wonder if Ethan had been taken under into a trance like young Megan. And Julie did what Megan's mom should have did. Because, like, why in the hell are you opening the door, little boy? Go sit your ass down somewhere. Don't you know where we are? You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, so Tien Chen's mauve shirt sweater is peeping out from the blanket as Boyd is carrying her body. Rest in peace, Tien Chen. Yo, Beverly, I think you're right. I think you're right about that. I really am sad to see the Lonely Dragon go. This means no more pancakes. This means no more tea. This means no more uh, uh, breakfast buffet. This is tragic. This is tragic. We lose her. We lose the person that gave Jade the idea for the electricity. We lose the person that gave Jade the book with the symbols in it. We lose the person that identified Victor in the photo. We lose the Lonely Dragon. I think we are at that point now. I think that is what happened. Because we know it wasn't Kenny. Kenny's off in the woods. So, yeah. I hate to say it. Makes sense. Whatever brings people to Frumlin, bright lights and sirens going off in the middle of the night would jolt people and cause some chaos. But also now they have to leave their homes. And I'll add on, now they have to leave their homes, run outside, and tell these people at nighttime what the hell is going on. You see, I think it gets real bad. I wonder if Jade is aware of the new entry coming in. I wonder if he starts to figure it out. Let's not forget that the Lonely Dragon takes and gives the Chromonacle the map of the rainbow sky. And Jade has definitely been trying to figure it out. He's been using the broken glass. He's been using the bottles whole. When Victor came in there to see him, he had all the bottles down there in the shape of the symbol. And now we see him with his own symbols. He's drawing his own symbols now. And his actually look like they're spinning or something. Like they look crazy. Unpopular opinion. T-ville says, I think it's possible that they find Tabitha's body in the town, just like Victor found his mom when she was going through the lighthouse. Boyd's wife said she had a dream. If you die, you wake up. Okay. I feel you there. I'm not necessarily on the whole you find somebody's body and they're out there and that they would reveal that, because here's the reason why, right? It will kind of ruin the show, because now you don't care about people dying. Now you don't care if they die because you know that that person is going to end up home. So now that just takes away all the that takes away all the steam out of a character dying, because you don't even care anymore. You know what I'm saying? So I think that when they found Miranda's body, I think that was legit. I think that was legit. And somehow Eloise made it home. I definitely believe Eloise made it home and went back home to her father. And maybe she, throughout the years, going through the mental trauma of the memories of this place, she was doing the artwork. She started painting. And maybe she, she also hung the bottles from the tree. And maybe she either ran away or she got old and moved out. She might have became a successful painter, like Terrence theory says, that she came up, she's a badass painter. One thing he's right about is her continuing her artwork for sure. But I just don't think that I don't think that I think that it kind of, you lose your investment in the story if you know for a fact and they confirm by Miranda's death that you can die and you could still be like out there somewhere. Like it kind of, because if they find Tabitha's body, then it pretty much confirms that if you die, you wake up somewhere else or you wake up home. And then if they do find her body and she wakes up, then she obviously goes to Victor's house. We see her in Victor's house. Let's say she makes it back to Frumlin and everybody's like, we thought you were dead. We found your body. Like, I don't know, that would kind of be a little lazy as far as writing is concerned, and it would kind of ruin it for us, for real, because then we all be sitting here knowing we don't even care about nobody dying. No, none of us will even care about that anymore because we know what will happen to them. So I don't think we'll find Tabitha's body in Frumlin. But I mean, I'm not mad at the theory at all. It could possibly be, that could be. I think Christy's girlfriend was the body they were pulling. And the scene with Katri and Boyd at the pool, or Christy and Boyd at the pool, is just like comforting Christy. That could be. That could very well be. Because Boyd and Christy were standing at the pool, and he could be talking to her about what just happened to Mary. That could be. But like I said, I think that this is Mari sitting next to Jade. It definitely looks like her hair. Let's see if we can zoom in on that. Yeah, that looks like Mari. It looks like the side of her face and the whole nine. I seen somebody in the chat say earlier that we haven't seen old girl Bacta. We didn't see Dale. I didn't see Dale in the trailer. I didn't see Bacta in the trailer. We didn't really get much of Tilly. We see her here. We see Tilly's right there. And these are all Colony House people, right? And it looks like all of the people that we saw outside at after dark were people from the town. You know, I don't know about Randall. I don't know where the hell Randall stays at. He might still be living in the bus with the talisman. Who knows? I don't know. But he was out there with them as well. I'm just so surprised that he didn't want to go with Jim and Kenny. Okay, let's see. Yeah, that looks like her sitting there. That looks like Mari sitting near the back. Um, I'm hey, it would be interesting. I tell you, if you really want to hurt these people, you got to get rid of Christy because she's the doctor. She fixes people up, all of that right there. So if you really want to hurt them, you gotta get to her. Let's see. Could that be Donna next to Jade? No, we see Donna right here next to Boyd. Right there. That's Donna's hair right there. That's Donna. Who's this lady right here? She's a new person. She looks new. I haven't seen her on the bus or any of that. Notice the Native American vibes. Um, this lady looks Native American right here. She got the braid, pigtail braids, Native American vibe with the clothes. You know, notice that that's still a thing on the show that's real heavy. Uh oh, I think I see something here. I think I got a screenshot of this. Let me zoom in on the screenshot. Let me get the screenshot out and zoom in on the screenshot. Where is it? No, I don't have a screenshot of this. So I'm going to screenshot this now and I'm going to zoom in on the screenshot for us. I just noticed something. Definitely got to talk about this one. Hold on. Let me crop it. Get in there real good. Okay. It's cropped. Let's look at it. Let's zoom in. This person's body, this is a hand right here. This is one of their hands. This looks like a hand right here. Trying to see if, you know what? We might be able to see who that is. Uh-oh. I think we can see. Let's screenshot this. I think I see a face, y'all. I think I see a face. And it kind of, I don't know. We'll see. We're about to zoom in on it. Pulling the magnifying glasses out tonight, y'all. Let's do this. Okay. Got this here. And we see a face. No, we don't necessarily see a face. Yo, man, they sneaky, yo. They real sneaky. What's this here? Is this something like the altar at Miss Lou's crib right here in front of here? Is this the clue that we need to know that it's her? You know, you remember she had that queen chess piece. She had the altar there. What is this blue thing here? Yeah, there's a lot to unpack, y'all. There's a lot to unpack. We pulled the magnifying glasses out. That's right, y'all. Let me run through some more of these comments. Y'all in the comments cooking. Yo. The ones that have it comfortable are the ones to go. Yeah, Miss Lou is in the comfortable, like she would be in the comfortable category. She works at the diner. She's got the food. She's cooking for people. She got her own crib. They got her crib with her son. Like, yeah, she does fit in the comfortable category. She's got a son that protects her, to take care of her, that loves her. She's got the Matthews. She's become family with them as well. She said that the mothers have to take care of each other, to Tabitha. So, yeah, I don't, Miss Lou strikes me as the type of parent that would have never left her child in this place by themselves. Jim and Tabitha are bugging, son. Like, what? I'm going to just leave you here and just go figure some shit out. Now, Jim, I'll give him he has a better reason for leaving, because I'm pretty sure he's trying to find his wife. So he's got a better reason for leaving. But Tabitha went to go save some kids that obviously look dead already. That obviously, did you see them fingers? Did you see them scabs on their heads and shit? She went to go save them. Victor's mom, same shit. She went to go save the Amgui kids. Who is trying to save the Amgui kids, and you got kids right here? Both of y'all got a son and a daughter to take care of. What the hell is going on? Okay. Yeah. This trailer is packed full of stuff, and we haven't even started talking about all of it at all. There's something that I really want to talk about. Sometimes you got to get an elephant in the room some peanuts, right? We have to talk about this guy right here. Who the fuck is that? That now, if we look at his clothes, we can clearly tell that this motherfucker is from like the 1800s or some shit, for sure. Now, this dude seems to be, I think that this dude is some sort of hallucination. Jade is still tapped into this place, and he is having hallucinations, right? And I think that this is one of them, okay? Hold on. That's a good point, TK. What if Tien Chen is outside at night because Ethan opened the door? Weren't the Matthews staying with her? Yes, they were. Yeah, they bugging. Yeah, and Jim told Julie to keep a secret that he was going out to the woods with Randall. Like, what the fuck was that? That was crazy. These people make some weird decisions when you got kids in a place like where there's monsters and shit. Let me tell you, mine would be with me every step of the way. We'd all sleep in the same room together. Every window would be bolted shut for sure, nailed shut. Yeah, if you want to go up to Colony House and see Victor, then we all go. Anything could jump off in this motherfucker. You get stuck up there while we down here. No, that ain't gonna happen. There's just so many things that I would just be doing different. But then again, if I was pulled into this place, who knows? I'd probably be making the same kind of decisions that they're making, especially the whole thing about them not talking to each other. It's definitely like a video game. It's definitely like a video game. Somebody commented that in the comment for sure, that they laid out, I think it was Carrie, she was here, and she laid out the perfect argument for this being a video game. And that was on point. This is where it's at, is in the building, and he says, what are those? Yes, what are those? That bull got the George Washington H. That bull got This man looked like he could kill a roach in the corner with them shits on. What are those? What are those socks? Like, what was these people back in this time frame even thinking about with the clothes and shit? Like, what the fuck is that? Like, bro, them shits look like soy sauce packets. I'm out of here with them shoes. But no, who is this guy? Okay. Something happened to his eye. Roach stompers, exactly. Yeah. I think Eloise got out and the old man was his father. And he just put her paintings in the basement after she died because we don't see her, or maybe she's dead or not. Well, I think that she could be dead. She could be dead. She could, obviously she's grown. She was only looked to be like a couple of years younger than Victor. We see her as a baby. The stuff with Tabitha in this trailer is amazing. Okay, so we see, okay, there is Eloise. This is undeniably Eloise. Okay. This down here is baby Victor. I believe this is baby Victor. This right here is Victor and Eloise. And this is also Victor and Eloise. And you see that Victor is a little older than Eloise. Now, the from Wikipedia, as Terrence stated, the from Wikipedia says that they're twins. Obviously, that is a lie. The lie detector test said that's a lie. Up here, we see a family photo. We see this man right here. This looks like him. This dude looks like Victor. He dresses like Victor. This dude looks like Victor. You know what I'm saying? And he's all gray. He's all grayed out. So, and Victor's not even gray. So he could definitely be his dad. I think that could be his dad. Somebody said it looked too young to be his dad. I forgot what Taryn was saying, but I had something to say about that. That being his dad. Here's the thing. If Eloise is Tabitha's mom, then that would mean that Victor is old enough to be Tabitha's dad. And if Victor is old enough to be Tabitha's dad, then this dude is definitely old enough to be Victor's dad. I think he looks like Victor. I think this is Victor's crib. It's obvious that this is Victor's crib. Eloise is wearing that shirt. Something happened, then they ended up in this place. And this, I think it's good to note that Eloise, the picture with her, just her in it, is framed in a golden frame. It's framed in a golden frame, and the rest of these frames are wood. Now, From is a show that pays very strong attention to detail. This was not done by accident with that gold frame. Okay. That's her dad. These pictures right here bug me out. It's like there's a couple of things that we saw and there are more things that we didn't see, like these two things right here. Now, if you were on my videos, if you were on my live streams the past couple times, shoot me some magnifying glasses in the chat if you remember me talking about the Vesica Pisces. And me talking about Mr. Fish and Loaves is a reference to Vesica Pisces. Yeah, what if, okay, so Julie says, what if that old man is Eloise's husband? I mean, that could be true. Yes, Dr. Deb, Taryn's theory is that Eloise is Tabitha's mom. But if Eloise is Tabitha's mom, that makes Victor old enough to be her dad. Okay, so y'all remember me talking about the Vesica Pisces. Dope. Okay. I want y'all to take notice to this picture right here. These twin faces. Perfect. Right here. There's a Vesica Pisces right there. You know what? I'm going to take a picture of it and zoom in on it. I'm going to screenshot it and zoom in. If you could see the Vesica Pisces, give me a number 5 in the chat. No, give me a deuce in the chat. Give me a 2 in the chat if you could see the Vesica Pisces. The 2 is for the 2 circles. Can you see the Vesica Pisces? If you don't know what a Vesica Pisces is, I'm going to pull it up and I'm going to show you. I'm going to go over what I said about Boyd again. Hold on. Let me pull up this Vesica Pisces just to blow your mind. And I talked about this in one of my last lives. It might have been Wednesday night. It might have been last Saturday. But I know I spoke to you guys about the Vesica Pisces. I brought it up. Give me a 2 if you can see that Vesica Pisces and them twin faces. Now, the Vesica Pisces is brought up with Boyd. Boyd represents the Vesica Pisces. We're going to dig deep. We're about to dig deep. I'm about to go deep. Y'all just bear with me. I'm about to cook y'all a 5-course meal real quick. Real Enigma and Theory style. Peep game on this. So the Vesica Pisces is Boyd's reference because Boyd is the Mr. Fish and Loaves. Mr. Fish and Loaves is a reference to a biblical story in the book of Matthew. Okay, and we have the Matthews family there. So in the book of Matthew, Jesus feeds 5,000 people with 2 fish and 5 loaves of bread. That's why at first I said, give me a 5. But then I said, give me a 2 for the 2 circles, the 2 fish, the Vesica Pisces. Now, we about to cook, y'all. Hold up. Y'all think I'm playing. We about to cook all the way out. Hold up. It jumps right out to us. This is an undeniable clue. You just heard me talk about this on my live. I just was talking about the Vesica Pisces on my live, and we see it in a new piece of artwork from Victor's sister. I'm assuming that this is her artwork. I think that assumption is correct. So, we pull this up. We have the Vesica Pisces right here. It's undeniable. Okay? This is a Vesica Pisces. I'm going to mark on this just to show y'all where this Vesica Pisces is at. Let's bring that back into frame here. Let's mark on this. Let's get our pencil tool. Here's the first circle. And here is the second circle. And I know some of y'all are lost right now saying, well, how in the hell is this a Vesica Pisces? How is Boyd the Vesica Pisces? Because the Vesica Pisces is the geometrical math that they use to create the Jesus fish. And I'm about to pull all of that up for you. Okay, Jesus fish. And I'm sure you've seen this on bumper stickers on people's cars and shit like that. You've seen this Jesus fish. This is the Jesus fish right here. Okay. Get that out of there. Okay, so the Jesus fish is what they use to make this. Let's see, can I change the color? This is the Jesus fish. Oop. Oop. And then you put JES. The Jesus fish is right there before your eyes. Yeah, I told you, we about to start cooking. We about to cook real heavy, okay? This is a reference to the story in the book of Matthew about Jesus feeding the 5,000 people with 2 fish and 5 loaves of bread, okay? The brothers that was rocking with Jesus, they was walking with him, and they thought he just pulled off a magic trick because they was trying to figure out. All he told them to do, he said, look, I'm going to give you the fish, and all you do is just keep feeding the people with it. I'm going to give you some fish, and you walk around. Next thing you know, they had fed all those people with just 2 fish and 5 loaves of bread. A miraculous story. It's the reason why they called him that is because they said that you could give Boyd whatever resources and he would make it work, just like he snapped this place into shape. Bear with me, chat. I'm cooking. I'm going to get to the chat. If y'all could just bear with me here. So, okay. He was able to, complete many things and set up shop with very little resources. Just like Jesus was able to feed 5,000 people with very little resources. So now let me pull up some pictures. I have to find them real quick of the tunnel. The shots in the tunnel. Okay, of when they went in the tunnel and saw the drawings in the cave. I wish I would have had this out, but I definitely did not expect to see a Vesica Pisces reference in this trailer, but we did get one. I just did damn near like a class about it pretty much with y'all. Let's look up the hold on, the Vesica Pisces. Okay. So Jesus is depicted in many different pieces of artwork inside of this fish symbol. Okay, this is why they created the Jesus fish, and this was what it came from. Now, I'm going to find these. Okay, so this is also a major component and building block to the flower of life, which where we get this, which where it can become a fishnet pattern. Okay, let's see if we could get that bigger a little bit. Okay, so this fishnet pattern. Now, if you remember, and it's so much to unpack. Okay, so if you remember, we saw this in Ellis's drawings. Okay, we saw these in Ellis's drawings, these circles within circles within circles. Okay, we saw this in Ellis's drawing right here. You see the circles within circles within circles, right? You see it over here as well. Okay, let me pull something up here, you guys. I'm cooking fast here. I hope you guys are like following me and where I'm going with this. I don't want to lose y'all. Hopefully you are following me. But we also saw this circle.
Previously on
We
Friday.
also saw this circle within a circle pattern at the lighthouse when Tabitha goes up the steps. And I'm going to play that for you real quick. or show it to you. I'm going to take a screenshot. It's just going to be easier and better to work with. Okay. We'll take this screenshot because this screenshot gives us a lot of what we need and what we're looking for, right? So let's chop this up. Got the screenshot. Let's chop it up. And this is how I pretty much create my videos while I'm sitting there gathering my thoughts, notes, and my script together. And this is how I do my videos. I just connect the clues. I use history. I use sacred geometry. And we have our theories. And we have our family here that love my theories and that love it. So I'm here all for it. Now, I talked about this in the last live. I remember for sure that I think that this Ellis drawing right here is actually him either seeing into the past when another woman was at the lighthouse, because here we can totally see a woman. Okay, right here, we totally see a woman's face. We see these circles. These are undeniable. And Ellis is a bad boy for drawing those like that, because look at me trying to draw that shit. It's crazy. Right? So we see that these similarities here, we see the Vesica Pisces reference. Now here is a big Vesica Pisces, right? That makes this pattern right here. And we see that pattern as well at the lighthouse. The windows are in this pattern. Do you see the fishnet pattern in the windows? Okay. All of this is relevant. I'm going to wrap it on up in a nice little bow for y'all in a minute. So, but I'm going to bring something that I didn't talk about that I was actually going to save for a video that I'm still going to save. And well, I'm going to not save it. I'm going to drop it right now, but I'm going to drop the video anyway. I'm going to do the video. Cause you know, I was like, I didn't want anybody to steal it or whatever and all of that. Yo, listen, I'm not even worried about that no more. Somebody just recently put out a video talking about they discovered the soundbite. They didn't give me credit or nothing. They just dropped the video today and shit. Somebody hopped in my comments and told me about it. It's a page called Nautilus Files or whatever. They just dropped the video talking about the whole soundbite and everything. Didn't give me credit or nothing. And I understand now that just people are going to do that type of shit. And I'm not even worried about it. So I could talk about this new shit that I was going to put in my next video, but we'll talk about it now. I'm going to give you a little preview of it. And in the video, it'll be more in depth, give you the little history behind it and the whole nine. But this right here is going to knock your socks off. I just got to find the pictures of them in the caves. And that's what ties it all together. Because there is a Vesica, I found it. Okay, here we are. Okay, so now let's get back to what I was saying. All right, so we have the symbols here. All right, this is a symbol. They deliberately used this. They didn't go get this from Home Depot. They made this shit for the show. They got a whole video of them showing them making this shit. Like, so the set designers are beasts. Okay, so we got that, and we see this. This is the Vesica Pisces, the mother of all form in sacred geometry. Okay, I want to point that out. That's the mother of all form in sacred geometry. It is the same. This is the equivalent of your dream catcher. You see the same pattern in the dream catcher. This is the equivalent to geometry of the grandmother spider deity who created all woven items, right? So this is also a weaving pattern, okay? The fishnet pattern is a weaving pattern. All right, I broke all of that down. Now let's get to the good part. Let's get to the new facts. And I want to bring this picture up while we do it. Let me reset and get rid of all of that. Okay. Let's just zoom into the image. Let's just zoom into the image and pull it up raw. So now y'all know that that's the Vesica Pisces. I have pointed that out, right? Okay, so let's notice something else. These lines that are put there, these are faces, right? These lines that are put there, let's not even neglect to see, look at the eyes. The eye is also the shape of that Vesica Pisces intersection, right? Now, look at these noses. These noses are straight lines. Now, let's say this. Let's say we take these lines and turn them lateral, okay, so that they're pointing horizontally instead of vertically. So let's lateral these lines towards the coordinates of the intersection point, okay? And what you get is a diagram of from. You get a diagram of fromland. Peep game. Okay, so you have your road that you go on, right? And so let's say that this was, okay, we're going to have to draw on this. We're going to have to write on this. Okay. How do we zoom in when I'm trying to draw on it? Hold up. Zoom back in. And I want to draw on it. Okay. It won't let me. Anyway, we're going to lateral these lines to the intersection point. One here. Let's erase the black one. The black one is being turned to the intersection point. And this is fromland. That's what fromland is. You hit the tree. You can't go anywhere. You turn around. Now your ass is stuck in this circle. Okay? And you're in this circle. Here's the bombshell, y'all. I believe that what we see in the caves is not. Hold on, we got to pull them all up. Let's start off with these. I believe that what we see in the caves is not telling the story, but it is a prophecy. I think it's foretelling the coming of Boyd. Okay? And I'm going to break down why. So if you see this one, we have the boat situation here. This could mean anything. This could mean people get out. The story could be being told backwards, right? This means, okay, so boom. If we look, we see that we have these two people that saw the lighthouse. Look at these two people right here. Okay, these two people, I think that represents Sarah and Boyd. Okay. And I'm going to show you where the Vesica Pisces is in the artwork, but it's not complete. It's right here. This right here is your Vesica Pisces. Okay? Let me get rid of all of that. This right here is your Vesica Pisces right here. It's showing you that diagram that I showed you, and it's as above, so below. They look like suns, but I don't think that that's what that is. I think those are actual like compass, like a compass, like the notches on a compass. Okay, here's your Vesica Pisces right there. It was right in front of our face the whole time. This is, but it is not intersected. This is what I think is a Mr. Fish and Loaves reference. I was thinking about this, and that's why I was saving it for the video, because I wanted to put all the information together. But then we get this trailer, and we notice this. This is crazy that the Vesica Pisces is right there, like a couple of days after I was talking about that shit. So I'm gonna just marinate on that for a little. Let y'all marinate on that just for a minute, and let me know what y'all think about that. I'm gonna see what y'all saying in the comments. That you were, probably typing while I was riding real quick, cooking. Yeah, you wouldn't blend two bases together unless you wanted to create that symbol. That's right. Is Boyd the Christ archetype? Yes, he is. Will he sacrifice himself for the group, and will he be brought back to life? That's a very good question. You didn't ask, will he be brought back to life? But that's a very good question nonetheless. Yes, so you think that it's embedded into the drawing. Of course, you see it. The Vesica Pisces is right there. And if y'all were on this live the other night, whoever was on this live the other night, I'm sure you remember me talking about the Vesica Pisces. Y'all saw me bring up the Vesica Pisces, show you the Jesus fish, show you why Boyd is the Vesica Pisces. Okay? The Vesica Pisces is the mother of all forms. Okay? And as you can see, like, it actually, the Vesica Pisces is the key component to the flower of life. If you know anything about the flower of life, you know all about the fishnet pattern and everything. I'm pretty sure I'm working with some people that understand like that esoteric knowledge. And if you haven't understood it, then if you've been listening to my page, I've been dropping this shit for a year now. So yeah, it's there. I was just talking about this the other day, and we see it in the painting right there, y'all. The Vesica. So the Vesica Pisces is the Christian aspect. You have the Native American aspect. You have the fairies, which is the European aspect that they brought over here. That's probably the magic that the settlers brought over here. There are other magics in here. You got the hoodoo. You got voodoo is in here as well. Voodoo, hoodoo, and voodoo is in this show. All three aspects of that school of thought are in the show. That it's all there. Even the cutting of the tongue, I told you, is reference to slavery. And the reason why the slaves got their tongues cut out is because they refused to speak English. And when they refused to speak English, they got their tongues cut out. It was just that simple. You know what I'm saying? They didn't kill them because they didn't want to lose valuable, stock. You know what I'm saying? You can't kill all of them. But so they started teaching them English and stuff like that. And what had happened was they started doing silencing rituals on wicked slave masters that cut out the tongues of their slaves. Wicked slave masters that cut the tongues of their slaves. The voodoo lady would put silencing rituals on these people. There was a movie called The Skeleton Key where they put the silencing ritual on the dude. They had took over the bodies of the slave owners, families, and they were taking over the bodies of the children, and they were living forever. These two voodoo practitioners, the man and his wife. If y'all know that movie, then y'all know what I'm talking about, and then you know about the silencing spells and the whole nine. This shit is something that is actually in, our American history. But this Vesica Pisces popping up in this show, on this trailer, is crazy to me. We also see that these two beings have bloody eyes. Are they Siamese twins? Okay? I brought up the Siamese twins. As a matter of fact, the Siamese twins are directly connected to American history. The first two people that they coined the term Siamese twins. Okay, so Siamese twins was a coined term that started here in America because you had these two conjoined twins from Siam. And they were Siamese. They were from Siam in China, okay? And they came over here and they got drafted into the army for the Civil War. But instead of them going to the war, they had wives and shit, and they made a lot of money. They were actually wealthy because they made a lot of money making money in the circus as a sideshow. And then they got out of the sideshow business and they stopped being spectacles for everyone. And they settled down. They got both of them had wives. They had children. And their sons, their Chinese American sons, fought in the Civil War, okay, in their place because they got drafted. So they sent their sons in their place because they Siamese twins. It ain't like they going to be running and shooting motherfuckers and shit. So they sent their sons in their place. But I brought that bit of information out because someone was questioning me about if everyone has something to do with America, then why is Kenny and his family there? Because they could very well be descendants of many different Chinese people that helped build the railroads in America, that helped certain industries in America, the printing industry. They also fought in the Civil War. Many, as a matter of fact, some of them fought for the Confederacy. If I'm not mistaken, the Siamese twin sons, they fought in the Confederacy. So yeah, and the whole connect. Then someone they also asked about Fatima being from Iran and her being Persian. How would she relate to America? Well, I broke that down with her connection to Boyd, pretty much, and her being from Iran. Boyd was in a war in Iraq, and the Iraqi conflict started shit in Iran with their religious clerics and the statesmen because they were trying to Americanize the lands. And a lot of the outspoken clerics, like Fatima said her father was, were killed, which the conflict from Iran and Iraq are intertwined. And Boyd was in Iraq. That's where he first saw somebody die, was in Iraq. The first person he seen die was Brian Kelly. So I make those connections. And this definitely looks like Siamese twins, for sure. No doubt. There's only two ears. The heads look stuck together. They have blood coming out their mouth and eyes. And so, yeah, there's definitely some magnifying glasses need to be pulled out on this. When I get a chance after this live, maybe sometime in a couple of days, you will see another video drop about this trailer, and I'm gonna have some heat in it. But there's so much more to talk about. Let me get to the chat real quick, and then we'll move on to some more stuff real quick. All right, let me check this chat out. What's going on? The second painted above the children painting is a 1500s type guy. It being more credibility to the explorer theory. Yes, most definitely Blue Cassius. Taryn, I don't know when you came in, but Taryn and I were just talking about that. We just were talking about that, and how that brings a lot of credence to the theory about the settlers coming over here, because this, where is it at? This guy right here is definitely has on, where's the picture that brother sent? He definitely has on the same, now these are pictures that Taryn sent me, and he definitely has on the same thing here as far as around the neck, and his clothes are black as well. I'm not saying that that's the same dude. I'm just talking about the clothing choice and what the clothes look like. That definitely fits. Something that also fits is the hat. That, well, as far as the hat, I don't know about the horns, but the shape of the head is there. But this hat looks more like the hat that this character has on. And he has a black face, and this is definitely something that we have not seen yet. We have not seen this. And if this is some sort of threat, we haven't seen this yet, and neither have we seen this. This looks scary as shit, y'all. The Siamese twin thing right there with the Vesica Pisces. Why would this is the crazy part, right? In order to paint this, you would have had to start with the Vesica Pisces, because you could see the paint layered on top of it. Like the yellow and the black paints are on top of that white paint. So yeah, the Vesica Pisces is definitely there. I'm glad they threw that in our trailer. Let's see what else we got going here. Get these chats rolling. Blue be in here cooking, y'all. Okay, so Dr. Dev says I do see it, but not entirely sure if it's intentional or unintentional. Oh, that's intentional. That's intentional because it's Mr. Fishing Loaves is the Vesica Pisces. There's no way around that. That's what that means. That's what the Vesica Pisces means. Jesus, right? They always put Jesus in that in like really old paintings of Jesus. You see Jesus in that intersection shape. And they put the Jesus in there and they created a fish because of the book of Matthew. Now, the book of Matthew, I mean, you got the Matthews family. Okay. You got Tabitha, Jim Matthews. You see what I'm saying? That those references are undeniable. Like those references to me are undeniable. The thing about this show is I don't think that they're actually going to like reveal everything as far as like say, yeah, Jade and Toby coming through was a reference to the movie Roots. I think that these are undertones or overtones, however you want to look at it. You know what I'm saying? However, like when this show is over and you go back and watch my channel, my channel will kind of be giving you like the hidden meanings of some of this stuff. It's kind of like when you look at The Shining, the movie The Shining with Jack Nicholson. That movie was making all kind of Native American references. You see what I'm saying? And the Native American references were found all over the place. The tapestries, even when he was in the storage closet with the Indian was on the coffee can or some of the food. There were things there that it was just speaking about. And then the actual hotel was allegedly on a Native American burial ground, which actually gave this place that haunted energy and enchanted the land that the hotel stood on. So when you watch The Shining, they literally don't say anything about any of that shit. But there are people that have gone back and watched that movie, dissected it, and actually made documentaries about the hidden meanings behind this. And I think that's what more of my channel is. The good thing about my channel is I don't stop there with it. I actually give you my theories about what the narrative will be. You know, like I said that Tabitha was going to get out and she was going to go find Eloise and she'll probably find an entire group of people that know about Frumlin and other people that are, if she doesn't actually meet those people, she'll see what kind of like what she's seeing here. She'll go to other places and see other people that are drawing things as if they knew about Frumlin. And like, that's the other side of my page is I give you those kind of theories as well, like about the actual story, about what's going to happen. I try to figure out certain things. But when you look at the bulk of my channel, it's going to be really like the hidden messages and the stuff that they were hiding. Because I really doubt if they're going to confirm that they were making a Jim Crow reference with the Grand Gulagog. You see what I'm saying? I don't think they're going to confirm it. However, there are not only they're going to keep doing it. They're going to keep doing these things. Like just now we found that Vesica Pisces. It's crazy that I was just talking about that in the last live. So they're going to keep dropping these kind of subtle hints and clues. And for me, that's going to be confirmation. Not only that, I do think we will get the answer that this has to do with American history. I don't think we're just going to get a horror story and they're not going to tell us what the fuck happened that caused this place. I do think that they're going to reveal that that it does have to do with American history and a lot of Native American history. I think that one of the people that she meets is going to be a Native American shaman. She's going to meet another Native American shaman out there. Someone that actually knows about the dream world and all of that. And I think she's going to like pop up in in a Julie dream, or Julie's gonna see what she sees, or some kind of connection between Julie and her. Because Julie and her are also a Vesica Pisces reference, you know, because that Vesica Pisces symbol also represents the female, the female vagina. It represents the opening of the vagina. You know what I'm saying? Which is the divine feminine, the cups, and all of that. I did a whole entire video on that last year as well. So I think that my channel will most likely be one of those kind of channels that you can look and see the hidden meaning of what was going on with this show. Okay. So yeah, I'm in the chat. I'm checking you guys out in the chat. Is there any is there anyone that wants to call in? Y'all could definitely call in. I'm up for a caller right about now. We could talk about some of these things after I've talked about this enough. So I think it is time to go ahead and move on. I love this Taryn post, by the way. Quick little recap if you weren't here. Taryn, and him and I both saw this immediately. I saw this and I knew that this was a Hoodoo reference. This is a Hoodoo reference. Voodoo, they have something very similar. And I know that a lot of people are familiar with like voodoo dolls and stuff like that. These are very similar. Voodoo dolls are even used also to do blinding and silencing rituals where they will like sew the mouth up. But these are not actual skulls. This, you know, you don't use an actual skull to make a voodoo doll, or you might use a lock of hair. You might use a piece of hair and wrap it around the doll or something like that. Some people, you know, think that you have to have some sort of property of the person or something like that. And a lot of people think that you don't even have to have that. You can just have a conversation with this person and plant a seed in their head and create a voodoo doll about them. That's like, you know, people believe that. That's what some people practice it. They practice things like the evil eye and things of that nature. So, but he definitely nailed it with this reference right here. I didn't even have time to go look for it. I was already stuck on looking up the city where the ambulance came from, which was Knox County in Knoxville. You know what I'm saying? Which is definitely connected to the Civil War. So we also have the other Civil War references as far as the Civil War soldiers and things of that nature. So the Civil War references are definitely prominent in here. And the guy that was standing there with Jade drinking out of the skull definitely looks like he is from that time period of the Civil War.
Oh my God.
I think it's about that time, y'all. Go ahead and play this
It was an
again.
ambush.
Let me stop this real quick and ask you guys a question. I know I have a lot of smart people out here with me figuring this out. This person's voice sounds familiar. I don't know what singer that is, and I don't know what song that is. Do you guys know what song that is being sang in this trailer?
Oh my God.
Like a dream.
It was an ambush.
How many did you save?
Just like a dream.
You did the only thing you could do. And you lost.
Like a dream.
Look, we're still in this thing,
The day you walked away.
but we have no idea what we're dealing with.
Unfortunately. Will you haunt me like a dream?
Things are getting worse around here, aren't they?
Boyd, we're out of food.
Too many things are changing here. I have to remember
Remember what?
what's missing.
Nothing that I've been through is possible.
I think you're here for what's in the basement.
This place will not break us. We can still win. But the only way we go home is together.
Yo, I gotta stop that right there. Coco hit it on the head. What I was thinking. It sounds like Macy Gray a little bit. And yo, I am that engineer ear dude, but this one sounds yo, it does sound like a an altered pitch Nina Simone. It does definitely sound like that as well. Um, if y'all know the song, if not, somebody Shazam it if you can. It's called Dream. I what is this? What is this? Hold on here. I can't see you. Are my chats not popping up anymore? Let's see. It's called Like a Dream. Ali B Music. TK, you was on it. I just said somebody please Shazam it. I don't even know who that artist is, yo. I'm stumped on that. Let's get back to the trailer. Let me back it up a little bit.
Possible. Nothing that I've been through is
Yo, it's crazy that she goes to a priest. Um, and it seems like she's having a very similar conversation that she had with Father Kotri when she went to go see Father Kotri. She said, how is all of this even possible? She even questioned, did they die in the crash? So she's here now trying to reconcile with the same school of thought. I think this is very interesting, being that in the Tabitha scenes, we see the clergy, right? We see the priest, and from that same school of thought, we see the Vesica Pisces in the painting. Dr. Deb said something. Hold on. Where was that comment? She says, I do agree wholeheartedly with all of those references, real. Only thing is I'm not convinced of is the fish intentionally being in the painting, but I'm open to convincing. Well, if the do you agree with the Vesica Pisces being in the painting? And if you do agree with the Vesica Pisces being in the painting, then the fish is there by default, because the Vesica Pisces is literally what they use to create that symbol of the Jesus fish. Because in so many like early age paintings of Jesus, he was depicted in that very symbol. And they know about that symbol and its relevance to all forms. And so that's why he was put in that symbol. And that's why the name Jesus was put inside the fish. And I'm pretty sure next time you go for a drive, you'll see that fish, just because we've been talking about it here. You know how it kind of works, like you get a new car and you start seeing that car everywhere and everybody's got one like it, right? So now that we're talking about this Jesus fish, you guys are going to start seeing it on the back of people's cars. I see it all the time. I always notice it. Let's look at some other comments. Yes. But no, I'm not mad at that at all. Like, I feel you on that. It's definitely intentionally there. That's intentional. I mean, what else could it be? When you look at the heads, when you look at those heads, let's look at that again. Where is it at? Oh, I X'd out of it. I'll bring it back up. But okay, so I showed you the picture of the Vesica Pisces. I brought up this picture here that Ellis drew. We see the same symbol here. Okay. What is the other one? We see the same symbol in the tower. To me, that's definitely a woman's face. We see the Vesica we see the Vesica Pisces fishnet pattern all on the windows here. We see the Vesica Pisces circles within a circle, right? We see them like, okay, so let's look at this. Let's look at the window pane here. Do you see where this stops at? It stops right here in the middle at this bar in the middle. if it were to keep going into the other circle, it would make a Vesica Pisces. I don't think that that is a coincidence that we see that in that painting in the basement with Tabitha. I don't think it's a coincidence at all. I think that it is a definite reference to Mr. Fish and Loaves. I only heard the term Mr. Fish and Loaves one time before. Um, one time before somebody, I actually heard somebody call someone Mr. Fish and Loaves, but I was really young, and it was actually at a fish market, and so they were using that term there, and it must be some sort of old nickname that people must have used that I never really knew about, and then seeing it on this show brought that back to memory. But I always knew about the Fish and Loaves story. I read the Bible, and I know about the Vesica Pisces and the esoteric value that's in the Bible, and we see a lot of that in the show as well. Um, the fact that there are no Bibles in this place, right? That would imply that if you keep a Bible in your car, you won't end up here. I mean, that's a good point right there. Let's see what else we got. The album cover says featuring Adam Kevin Brown, Lucas Ledzigi, Darius Harbor, Charles Flint, Jeff Clark, Adam Bowers, Abigail Farrell, Lauren Wyatt, Ruby Friedman, Neil Purdy, and Hortine Dubois. Okay. Those are the artists. I'm going to do some research on that song as well. One of my theories for season 3 is I think that we're going to have a song by Steelers Will called Stuck in the Middle. I think that will come to the show at some point. If it doesn't happen in season 3, it's going to definitely happen in season 4. If we even have a diner by then, right? Like, so much shit is happening. You know what I'm saying? Okay. I'd like to hear more of the song. It just seems like they used a piece of the song. It doesn't seem like they used the song in its entirety. It seems like they like cut it up and added sound effects to it for a soundtrack for this trailer. T-Ville says, did you like Supernatural when it was on TV? They talked about voodoo, hoodoo, and mixed their versions of everything else. I didn't watch Supernatural, yo. I heard that was a good little show. At the time, I wasn't real big like on TV and sitting and watching all the time. I was doing other things, but I've always liked watching TV and always looked at it from this perspective. But I was one of them dudes that if everybody's watching a show, I ain't watching that shit. Like, I don't know. I was in a funky little bag when I was younger, and that show was on. I didn't watch that show. Um, I kind of started not liking those networks that those shows would be on, because those networks had a trend of getting shows on their network to make the network popular, and then abandoning those shows to bring in these other new shows that were nowhere near the demographic. And I kind of started a bit like the CW. It started off with stuff like the Wayans brothers, the Robert Townsend show, and then they got rid of all those shows. They had a couple other shows on there too. I think Steve Harvey had a show on there, or Mark Curry, one of them. They had a show on there, and then next thing you know, they replaced that shit with Smallville, Dawson's Creek, Seventh Heaven. Like they really got. I was like, yo, why they keep doing that? Fox did the same thing. So I just stopped watching those kind of networks at one point in time, and I was just like into the big box stuff that I could really like dig into. Those shows was getting on my nerves anyway. But okay, Jim going Jim going to get a call from the radio tower guy. Yo, I said this in my first teaser video that the radio guy is the guy that was on the phone with Kenny. And we see, let's go back to the trailer. We see Jim getting a phone call. We're back here. We see Jim getting a phone call, and that is the kitchen of the great Tien Chen. That is her kitchen. And we see him getting a call. Yo,
Everybody just talks about how afraid they are of dying. Well, I don't think that's the worst thing that can happen to you here.
I really could have did without the words on top of the trailer while they did the trailer, yo, because I really want to zoom in on some of that stuff. The words are a little bit of a distraction. Child loss can be due to gum disease, decay, injury, or childbirth. Yes, indeed. When women are pregnant, the baby takes away calcium from the baby. I don't think it's like right to the point to where the teeth is just falling out. But a lot of times women get toothaches, or women might need a tooth removed, or they have problems with their teeth when they're pregnant, right? But not just to the point to where you can just dig in your mouth and pull one of them teeth out, or you just bleeding like that. It doesn't get like that. However, I think that if she is going through some sort of accelerated pregnancy, then that's probably what did it. Yes. Julie says, yeah, real, you're right. The networks canceled such great shows to bring on whatever stuff would be popular at the time with the trends. Yes, they did. Like, I stopped watching those like shows like that. You know what I mean? I stopped watching. I stayed away from it. Okay. Coco says, look up the Vive and the Talisman. I will, definitely. I'm going to check that out just because you suggested it, for sure. You're not alone, real. I've not seen it either. What were you talking about, Dr. Deb? Yes, that was back when it was UPN. Oh, yeah. You know what I'm saying? I remember when one of the acronyms for UPN was underpaid Negroes. And like, yo, some of them dudes was getting like $1,500 an episode for their shows, while like other shows was getting like 15,000. We're talking about like crazy. It's not even close. Like, and that was going on. Those are facts. Like, you know what I mean? T-Ville says, yes, they did. Oh, Dr. Deb was talking about the show, Supernatural. Yes, the words in their trailer was annoying. I wanted to focus on the images. Yes, indeed. Fatima was spitting them out like, yo, that's crazy. Oh, man, that's so sad. You know? Well, I mean, there's a food shortage anyway, so it ain't like she gonna be eating too much. I mean, it happened to my grandma when she was pregnant with my dad. Yeah, yes, indeed. Nah, sis, I wasn't overlooking it. I did say something about it. Oh, you must have commented on that. Okay. And I apologize if I'm not seeing y'all. I wish y'all could see I wish y'all could see how I got everything set up. I have like multiple windows and screens. Like I got multiple screens. I'm dragging stuff from here to here like that right there. And I'm trying, like, my chat is mad little. Look how little my chat is, y'all. This is my little tiny chat. And so when I have it in my other screen, it's even smaller. So I'm like straining to see these things. I told you I'm gonna get everything set up. I'm gonna get a whole screen that just shows my chat so that I can really like dial in with you guys. because I definitely am not doing that on purpose. And y'all know me by now. I get to talking, and 20 minutes of comments will go by on y'all ass real quick. And I'm not doing that on purpose. I love it. I want to discuss some of these things and share the way I'm feeling about some of the things that I'm noticing. You know that I haven't even had a chance to sit down and really real enigmas and theories this trailer yet, but I'm gonna do it, and the video gonna be crazy. I already know. Like the Vesica Pisces, let me know. We haven't. There's so much we haven't really gotten into yet. I want to go back to one thing real quick. The one dude that looks crazy as hell. I don't know what that's about. And then he ends up choking Jade. Is this one of those dreams? Okay, here's Jade. He's looking. Let's see what's going on. Yes, indeed, Dr. Dad.
Things are getting worse around here, aren't they?
Oh
Boy.
yeah,
We're out of food.
I'm hip to Kaliman and the Thuggies. Oh, most definitely the Thuggies. That's where we get the term thug from. No, they was Thuggies. They was real. They was the real thugs. They was definitely thugging it out in the Thuggies. I know all about the Thuggies. I study some of that, especially about that part of Asia and India, where they had like the Ganges River and things of that nature, and the Thuggies. Like I'm hip to that. I definitely should get abreast to some of it more. Are you noticing something about this show that is referencing that? Let me know what it is. Let me see what you're talking about. TK said, what's crazy to me in the trailer, Eloise painting of the Ankui girls was so accurate and creepy. Yeah, so it's like I didn't know that she saw them. I didn't know that she know what they look like. But this is the crazy part. The pictures that she drew look like what Tabitha saw. It didn't look like, you know what I'm saying? It didn't look like, well, we didn't see what Miranda saw. But if we look at this right here, all right, hold on. We gotta do this again. Let me pull this up for you guys here. I'm gonna try to get the clip of when Tabitha saw those girls standing out there. Let's screenshot this. What episode was that? Does anybody know? I know it was in season 2. We talking about maybe episode 4. Probably like episode 4. Let's see. Yes, I think I'm right about this. I think it's episode 4. So Julie and her mom was searching clothes in that barn. Oh no, it's not episode 4. Might be episode 5. Let's check it out. This is kind of important to look at because how in the hell is Eloise drawing what Tabitha saw? That's very strange. Did she know Tabitha was gonna come? Is she aware? Does she know something? Does she know something? Does she know something's? Does she know about Tabitha coming? Did she leave Frumlin and find out more things? You know what I'm saying? Did she leave Frumlin and find out more things? What episode was it where Tabitha and Julie were searching for clothes in the church, in the barn thing? You know where Tabitha and Julie were searching for clothes? There's a part in there where that part of the barn didn't even exist. I gotta find that. And I saw that. I was bugging out off of it. It was like, what, did the whole building change? Okay, I'm not there yet. Okay, it might be in. I don't think it's in episode 6. That was the monster episode, but it could be. We're getting closer. Oh, that's not it. episode 7. Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Tabitha saw the mangy I'm gooey kids outside when she and Julie were looking for clothes. Am I correct about that? And if I'm correct about that, what episode was that in? Okay, I think it might have been episode 3 when Jim was in that hospital and the episode 3, yeah, I think it is episode 3 because that's the same episode of the. Yes, it is. I found it. It's the same Brian Kelly episode. Well, Kelly stuck to the tree episode, and I have it right here. Okay. These kids are standing there holding hands. All right, let's get the trailer back up. Okay.
I could dream.
It was an ambush.
How many did you save?
Just like a dream.
You did the only thing you could do. And you lost.
Like a dream.
You know what?
But we're still
Coco, that's a good idea. I try to kind of do that with my videos, like the things that I notice in there. There are people that are noticing other schools of thought in there, you know. Even Perry notices some Greek mythology. You know what I'm saying? So, not sure. There, hold on. I have those pictures. Let's go to the basement drawings again. Yo, we really digging into this trailer for sure. Okay, we have those. And we have Tabitha's vision of those children. Cropped right up right here. Okay, yeah. Yo. Oh, nah. Nah, y'all. That's them. That's them. All the way around. Look at the dress. Look at the frills on the dress on this girl. And that's the girl here. She's got the red hair. Look at this. This looks like a boy and he's wearing like a jumpsuit kind of. And this is a boy, but he looked just as mangy. This is them. This is the same children that Tabitha saw in her vision. So the question is, how the fuck does Eloise see what Tabitha was seeing? Or is this some sort of like remix? Look at them hands, y'all. Oh my God. Doodoo picker. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is terrible, y'all. I'm gooey. Yeah, that's definitely them. The red hair. This one has the red hair. And she's on this side right here. The frills in her dress. The same kind of dress. This one got the jumpsuit on. This is undeniably the same vision that Tabitha had. So how does Eloise have a vision that Tabitha, how does Eloise paint something before Tabitha even has the vision? Tabitha only had that vision like a couple of days ago, right? Eloise painted this shit years ago, I'm assuming. Unless she just left last week. But I'm assuming she's gone and she left a while ago. So what is that? Let me hop in the chat. What y'all thinking about this? Is that them? I found the episodes. Yeah, that's the episode. The Hindu goddess Kali is often depicted with 4, 8, or 10 arms, including her 10-armed form. That reminds me of the red octopus entity in the cave drawing. Okay. The vision seems significant. Did we discuss it? Man drinking from the skull earlier in dirty military uniform seems significant. Yeah, we definitely gonna get into that. I was talking about that. We're definitely gonna get into that. We're gonna call him Mr. What Are Those? We got it. Let's go. Where's Mr. What Are Those? Yeah, Mr. What Are Those is creepy as shit, y'all. This dude is definitely from the Civil War time. He got the dingy capri pants on. He got the 1864 Patrick Ewings on. He got a dirty necktie around his neck. And he's drinking from a child's skull. Yeah, Jade is always seeing stuff. Jade is always seeing stuff. Now, there are many different rituals in voodoo and that type of magic system. There are many different type of drinking from a skull. It could be drinking from an animal skull, and also more extreme measures drinking from a human skull. This dude is drinking from a child's skull. And this is clear that this is a child's skull. Because the head fits in the palm of his hand damn near. So he's drinking from it. I would have loved to see what he was drinking if he would have came back and
things are getting worse around here, aren't they?
Or something like that.
Boyd, we're out of food.
If it would have been blood in his mouth or something to that effect, that would have been interesting. Hold on, wait.
But we have no idea what we're dealing with.
Okay. We got Randall rolling around on the floor like the cicadas is back. I don't think that's what it is. But something definitely happened to Randall right here. What's going on with Randall? Is he seeing something else? Randall's definitely seems like a changed man. Yo, it's something strange about her. Is there something different about her? Definitely something different about her. Her hair's longer for sure. I guess Mari had the right idea. You know what I'm saying? She said, look, I'm going to cut your hair. It's going to be fucked up for a couple of weeks, but once it grows in, that's the full effect that I'm going for. And that's what I think had happened here. This lady right here is new. I can't really make out what that says on her sleeves. Is she a cop or is she an EMT that carries a gun? Okay, so TK says that's Jade stepping into the trap. I don't know. Is that Jade stepping into the trap? Let's look. Let's go see what shoes Jade is wearing. Nah, that's not Jade. Nah, that's not Jade. Jade didn't just up and change his shoes and shit. This man ain't even changed his shirt. He just put another shirt on top of his shit. He said, "Yo, fuck it. I ain't even changing the shirt. I'm gonna just put another one on top of the motherfucker. It's cold out here." This looks like a woman's legs kinda to me. And who tucks their jeans in their socks? Like, you got Elgin getting in the bathtub with his blouse on, and you got a motherfucker sticking their jeans in their socks. I don't know what this. What are they trying to do? Make sure that ticks don't get on them or something? What's going on here? Yes. T-Ville says, just wait until someone recognizes Tabitha has Victor's lunchbox. I think that she now, did she have the lunchbox? What did she have with her when she was at the okay, you just saw her there. What was that? What? Okay. Yo, she had the lunchbox. Is that rope? Is that rope Victor's that goes over the shoulder with the lunchbox? Yo, Tabitha is out there looking a hot mess. They got her a damn jacket from the Lost and Found real quick. Found her an old sweatshirt from the Lost and Found and kicked her ass up out of that hospital when they knew that her husband wasn't there with the medical insurance card. They said, you got to go. Look, you got to go. Here, we got some shit from the Lost and Found. You can, take this lunchbox and get the hell on up out of here. So I don't know. I wonder if okay, so we see her talking to the pastor. We see her talking to the pastor. Okay. So I'm wondering if the cops question her like, yo, where is your family at? Like, you've been missing for about a month and a half now. What's going on? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I thought because of the snow, when Jade looks up at Mr. What are those? Yeah, that looks like a woman's boots. That definitely looks like a woman. Randall might have some residual effects and still see the cicadas from the trance. That's crazy. Lady Cop from the looks of it. What were you talking about, Blue Cassius? I think that Lady Cop dies. You see her. Hold on, let me show you. I think the Lady Cop died. Where is it at? Yo, who is this? Hold on. Who is that, y'all? The person that fell right there, holding their side right there. Who is that? Peep Sarah saving Julie, y'all. Is she redeeming herself? Yo, look at Julie's hair. My hair only does that if I'm dancing to some reggae music, at a club drinking a red stripe beer. I don't drink anymore, but if I was to drink a red stripe beer and dance, that's what my hair does, y'all. I'm just letting y'all know. Just in case, for future reference, if we're at a party together or something, you know, you'll see it happen. My hair does that.
Find our way home.
Yeah, who is that? And they just threw us a little quick split second of that. All right, so these people in Colony House, what's going on with him? Does he got a rifle? Why is he standing like that? What is this dude right here standing like that for? What? Okay, wait a second. Oh, wait a second. I think we might have found it. Is this the cop woman? Is this the cop woman, y'all? Nah, I don't think it's Julie in the Bear Trap. Who is this woman right here? This is hold on, let's look at the cop lady again. Is that her, y'all? Do we need the screenshots? Do we need the screenshot? Let's go for the screenshots. Let's try it. Let's try it out. I think that's her, y'all. Y'all see how we all figuring this out together, y'all? Like that's what I'm talking about, y'all. Okay. So we got her. Let's get the other girl. You definitely can't tell who it is when she falls in there like that. And that's because we haven't seen her enough as a character to kind of like just know what she looks like by the shape of her body and all of that right there. Definitely by the clothes. Like, okay, so we have that picture of the cop, and we're getting this picture of the woman on the couch. And if it is her, man, she's having a rough time in front of creatures ain't playing. Okay. All right. So we got this here. We got this here. Is that her, y'all? Is that her? Okay. Is that her? Well, the blood on her shirt is from something got her in the side. But is this her, y'all? I mean, the lighting outside will change what the hair looks like. Can't see the ear for the earring. I don't know. It just kind of doesn't look like her, y'all. It kind of does, but it kind of doesn't. I mean, the tooth. If it's the same person, I mean, you know what? It kind of does look like her. Yeah, that's her, y'all. So somebody save Shorty then. Yeah, there's a dead body in front of the ambulance. I saw that. I pointed that out. Let me see. I pointed that out up here. Okay, so this is not where the dead body was, but I did think that that was her. I thought it looked like she was dead. Right up. Where's that part at? Yo, this trailer's so tricky. Wait a minute. Yo, look at Grandma's face. Look at Grandma's face. She looked like she played on Mama's Family, y'all. Y'all remember who remember Mama's Family? Yeah, I think that's her. The cop lady does kind of look blonde. Okay. No, that's not Julie. I don't think so. She got blood on her. Shit could be from anything. When she fell through there, like something happened to her. Okay, let's point this out. Fatima got blood coming from her mouth like them Vesica Pisces faces. What's going on? Shorty throwing up teeth. Lord have mercy, have mercy. Okay, let's watch her fall down real quick. Okay, so they ripped her open right here to help her. Who's that doing that? Who is this person? Yo, Colony House just be having anybody hanging out up there. Like you just be like, damn, I ain't never seen this person before. Okay, yeah, what is this dude doing right here? It looks like he's pointing a gun up the steps. Am I tripping or is that what he looks like? And bro looked like he about to take a picture in the club in the 90s, like squatting down like that. Like one of the gangster pictures with a rifle, like, yo, let me stand by the door. You snap this photo for me? Like, what's going on? Like, but if, all right, so, okay, I see some broken glass right here. So, did something come through the window and hit her in the side? And the boots that she has on, uh-oh, I think we found whoever stepped into that bear trap. Does it look like her socks are tucked in? Well, I don't know. The soles look white on those. But does it look like her jeans are tucked in the socks? It does. It definitely looks like the jeans are tucked in. One of the we was talking about the Wayans brothers earlier. One of their funniest jokes was tucked in or tucked out. I don't know if y'all know what if y'all know anything about that. But tucked in or tucked out was definitely one of the funniest shits. Yes, the blood in her mouth is from her teeth falling out for sure. Yeah, that looks like a rifle he's pointing up the steps. What's going on with that? So are there some monsters in there? Because if there's monsters in there, right, or something's going on, how did they have time to lay her on the couch and rip her shirt open and like tend to her and stuff? Because you got somebody holding her head back here, and then you got somebody right here sitting there holding her hand. There's three people around her. And then you have the person in the yellow shirt ripping her shirt open to help her or to look at the wound. Could this person be another medic? Okay. Emily and Steven says, I think they may be pointing it at new people trying to follow protocol. Okay. That's very interesting. That's a very good point. Oh. Yo, Blue Cassius be cooking. Yo, shout out to Blue Cassius. That is a good one. Blue Cassius says, yes, she was exploring in the forest and it took her too long to get back. And night fell, so she jumped through the window, maybe. And if she jumped through the window, it's a wrap for the men there. Because they coming through that window. Okay, let's look at this again, guys. Okay, these two guys are the ones that, okay, so this guy right here standing up in the middle is one of the ones holding her. And maybe this person here in this yellow jacket is the person that rips the shirt open. But it looks like a female with long hair. And yeah, that's not that. This jacket is way more yellow than what that guy's got on. However, this shirt right here, that's this guy. Yeah, that's him. That's his shirt. And look how he's standing right there. He looks like he's about to go ahead and run over there and help her out. This dude looked like he's just trying to get the hell out the way. It does look like she jumped through the window, come to think about it, like ass first. Looked like she came through the window ass first. There's glass behind her. There's glass by her feet. You see that? There's glass behind her, glass by her feet. She definitely looks like she has her pants tucked in her damn socks, which is wild. The curtain on the window is inward. It's going in and it drapes over the radiator right there. So for sure, she must have came through that window. Great spot, Blue Cassius. Okay, yes. Does look like he's pointing a gun. Might be far fetched, but hear me out. If she's a cop, this might be symbolic of no knock entries. And we know people gonna die. Oh shit, yo. Wow. Maybe Mari? Nah, that doesn't look like Mari at all. Nah, that's not Mari at all. Okay, so she looks, I don't know what these are marks on her. These look they could be moles. So if these are moles, let's take a look at the cop again and see if we can notice any moles on her face. That's a no. So that's not her. Unless those marks are blood or something like that. Could have got pushed through the window. Yes, there is a window there. I'm gonna run back over it real quick. Hold on. I'm trying to get a good look at the shoes. Ooh, yeah, yeah. That looks like that looks like the same shit, y'all. Ugh, it's just so blurry. And she's short. She does have short hair. So that's not her, y'all. That's not the cop. That's not the cop. She's got short hair. This is a new person. It could be somebody from the bus that we didn't see. Cause man, in season 2, it was just people popping up all over the place, and I was like, especially when they was taking the gun away from Randall, you got to see a bunch of people that you didn't see. I didn't even see those people on the bus. I took a good look over and over. Yeah, so this person does look like Okay, so this person is not the cop, but they do look like the person that stepped in the bear trap. So this would have had to happen after the bear trap. I mean, before the bear trap. So this happened, and then she steps in a bear trap. Because if you step in a bear trap, you're not gonna be walking around with nothing on your legs and shit. Like you're gonna have some sort of something, a splint or something. A bear trap will tear your leg the fuck up. Yeah, you could see the curtain right there. That's why I brought that back and ran that back. I wish we would have got more of this little clip right here. They just threw this in there. It's like a second long. That was it. A second and a half. Yeah, you could see the broken glass in front and behind her. That does go with the theory of a massacre happening. Good job, Blue. Let's see. No, that looks like the same shoes, Dr. Deb. That definitely looks like the same shoes. Okay, so T-Ville says the town was healing them. I guess since Tabitha got out of the town, the town is taking it out on the residents since like it did when they built the tower. Yeah, for sure. For sure. That's what I think happened. I think that it's going bad for them because they're getting closer to figuring shit out. And this town is pushing back. Nathan said that, and I think he was right about that. Like you make this town angry, and someone else said that shit too. I think the girl that, the one girl that that got her eye hurt. That's another one we didn't see. We didn't see old girl with the eye patch. We didn't see Dale. We didn't see Bacta. Who else didn't we see in this trailer, y'all? Can we list the people? Can we all list the people that we didn't see in this trailer? I'm gonna go ahead and play the trailer again. I told you we're gonna run this thing over. I'm gonna go ahead and play the trailer again for those who haven't seen it, for those who want to see it again, while we try to come up with a list of people that we do not see in the trailer. Let's do it.
Oh my God.
Like a dream.
It was an ambush.
How many did you see?
Yes, Mari's the one helping her. I think so. I think you're right about that.
You did the only thing you could do. And you lost.
Like a dream.
Look, we're still in this thing,
The day you walked away.
but we have no idea what we're dealing with.
Unfortunately. Will you haunt me like a dream?
Blue Cassius, I have to stop it right here. Blue Cassius says, when Jade was bent down, when he saw the skull guy, that's Mr. What Are Those? If we got Mr. Fish and Loaves, then we gotta have a Mr. What Are Those? And Jade looked like he was trying to help somebody out the bear trap. That's a good catch. That
We're
could
still
be.
in this thing,
The day you walked away.
but we have no idea what we're dealing with.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. You could see the person rocking in pain. Let's look at that again. You can see the person rocking in pain. You see that? Look, yeah, they were kind of like rocking in pain or something.
But we have no idea what we're dealing with.
What are those? Like, yo, dude looked like he been digging in a coal mine. His arms is all bloody. He got blood on his clothes. He's tattered. I would imagine that if you were in the 1860s dressed like this and you got caught in Frumlin, this is what your clothes would end up looking like.
Things are getting worse around here, aren't they?
Boy, we're out of food.
Too many things are changing here. I have to remember.
Remember what?
What's missing?
Okay, look, let's look and see what we came up with real quick. Okay. Mari, we saw Mari. We saw Mari in the trailer, didn't we all? Is Mari in the trailer? Yes, Mari's in the trailer. I'm sure I saw Mari. I could be wrong. Hold on now. And wait a minute. Wait a minute. There's also someone with a mauve shirt on. Hopefully that's who catches it instead of Tien Chen. But we do need a strong death. And a death that would piss everybody off. All right, so I think Ethan is who we got to think about here to figure out who died. Ethan is who I think Mari was sitting next to Jade at that funeral. We saw Tilly at the funeral. We saw Donna. We saw Boyd. We saw Jade. I think Mari was sitting next to. We saw Kenny, Jim, Ethan, and I think Christy and possibly Tien Chen. I hope it is him. I hope it's Tien Chen sitting next to him. We don't see Randall at the funeral. This is what I'm hoping, that if it's not Tien Chen, then it's Randall that they're having the funeral for. Why would they have a funeral for this asshole and have everybody piled in the church? Because he probably did some real heroic shit and died. That could be the only way Randall dies and they, honor him like that, because he saved somebody and he put his life on the line for them or some shit like that. Where's this funeral? Where's that funeral? Where's the funeral? Right up in here. Okay, so we're back here. Think this is Tilly sitting behind Ethan. Think that's Jim sitting next to Ethan. Kenny sitting in front of Ethan. That could be Tien Chen sitting next to Kenny, or it could be Christy. This could be Tien Chen, or it could be Christy. The two people sitting next to Kenny in front of Jim. This next to Jade, I think, is Mari. It looks like her. Okay. Mari has the blonde highlights, and they're not like in the back. Hold on, I thought I did see her. Or was that me going through all the other footage? Okay. We're going through pretty fast. Yo, seeing Donna like this looks crazy as hell. Look at Donna's face. Look at Donna's face. She got the poop face. Okay, so that's not Okay, Clara. We didn't see Clara. We didn't see Mari. We didn't see Dale. Who else? Tilly's in there. We talked about Tilly. Oh, yes, yes. They married in real life. Ah, yeah, that's a good point. Whoever Jade was helping out, it could have been the person. They had some sort of red knitted hat on, and so that's a female that stepped in that bear trap. And ladies have those real, like, ladies' bones aren't that dense. A woman step in a bear trap, man, good grief. She won't be able to be walking to jump through no damn window or get pushed through one either. Okay, so we said Mari, yeah. Okay. Somebody said that's not Mari on the couch because her hair is two-tone. Look, let's look at that again. Where is that at? No, I think that might be Mari, yo. I think that might be Mario. Yeah, I think that's Mari, yo. For real. Cause there's her blonde hair right there, hanging. You can see the blonde hair. And Mari is a medic. She's a medical person, so she the way she ripping that shirt open is how they do it. They just getting right to it. They don't care about the clothes and none of that. They want to expose the wound so they can see what's going on and see what's happening. Yeah, something happened. Yeah, Mari's a nurse. Mari's a nurse and Christy's a resident physician. That looks like her hair. I could see a medic getting down to it just like that. We don't see Bacta at all. It would be a shame if they kill her because she had an interesting connection with her grandma having said the nursery rhyme. Yes, it would be messed up to lose her. Like I said, we're not losing Sarah. Um, Sarah's way too important. We talking about this girl can like summon them shits at will. When they tell her to prove that shit that she's talking to them entities, she proves it right away. No waiting, no faking. She get right to it and she proved that she talked to him. She did it with Katri. She did it with Boyd. She she didn't even have to like go and try to do it with Boyd. Like she told him about Mr. Fish and Loaves, and there was no way she could have known about that. She did it when they went out there to the one place, and it was she was telling them about how it loved touching Kenny. Pause. But yeah, she definitely she's not going nowhere no time soon, and they might give her a whole redemption arc, but that hasn't happened yet. Her doing what she did with Boyd and all of that, that is not it. And I still am not fully trusting her. Even though they're showing her um save Julie, that's just reinforcement. Same I feel the same way about Donna. Just because you see Donna breaking down crying in this video, don't get all soft on Donna, because that's what they need you to do, so that when they reveal that Donna's up to some other shit or she knows something, you'll feel more betrayed. Okay, we got a caller calling in. That's what I'm talking about.
Call from
Julie.
Julie's in the house. How you doing, Julie?
I'm great. How you doing?
All is well. All is well. Drop some thoughts for me, Julie. I know you got some heat. I know you've been soaking in what we've been talking about. What's on your mind?
Oh my God, my mind is racing, man. I wanted to call sooner, but I was in a lot of pain. I had to kind of just wait till I got some pain relief first. But just kind of a bad day for me. I'm not feeling well, but I'm great because of this trailer. It's just what I needed. I mean, my mind is just going a million miles an hour. And I agree with what you were just saying. We're not losing Sarah. We're not losing Sarah anytime soon. She's way too important to the story with the unique abilities that she has. There's no replacing that. So I agree with that. But yeah, it's crazy that one of my favorite moments was the basement scene with all those paintings. I mean, that was crazy. That
Yes.
was like
Yes. Okay, so that's a little bit of the slice that we know of. And
yeah,
it was something, it's a little bit new because we see her outside. I think that puts the whole, like, she's in a second part or a second level or phase of the experiment bullshit. That puts that to bed. That puts that to bed. Now, that's something we know about. What was your thoughts about Mr. What Are Those?
Wait, what?
The dude drinking from the skull.
Oh, yeah. Oh my God. That immediately stuck out to me as a tiny skull. You can see the comparison when he holds it up to his face. I mean, like, that has to be a child's skull. And,
Yes, it is.
And that just goes to more evidence of child sacrifice being a theme in this show. Like, there's something going on with that. I mean, we had that strong hint of that with the Ankui kids on the slabs, and now we've got a guy drinking out of a skull in what looks like another vision. I'm sure, I think he's going to be part of the vision. We can't know that for sure, but I think that's just continuing to try to, in my opinion, the visions Jade is having are trying to lead him down a path toward sacrificing people, probably kids. I don't think it's going to happen, but I think that's what the intention is. I don't believe it's going to happen. I think it worked on Christopher with his visions. I think it drove him to do something horrific. He definitely facilitated the massacre in some way. He helped it happen. He helped the monsters in some way. So I think Jade is being shown more and more disturbing visions. I mean, they're getting more obvious, like from the children on the slabs, and now we see this guy drinking out of a child's skull. I don't. Some people think maybe the guy is real and he lives in one of those cabins, those new cabins we see in the woods, but I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, like you were pointing out, he's wearing clothes that look like something out of the distant past. So I think he's yet another dead person vision.
Yeah, I think he's another man under the boulder.
Yes, and like the Civil War soldier, and
his clothes are definitely from the Civil War time era.
Yes. Yes.
He got
Yeah,
he got the capris on.
Yeah. Oh, definitely, definitely. And I don't think, like, I think all of these people that he's seen are people who have died here. We know people are shown visions of dead residents that we've seen. You know, Abby. It uses Abby's image. There's some entity using her image. So I think all of those guys, like the Boulder guy, the Civil War guy, they're all people that have died here, and this dude drinking out of a skull is probably another one. And maybe they did child sacrifice in previous cycles in some attempt to get out of here, thinking it would help them escape. I mean, you never know, because like the extreme conditions that they're put through, I mean, it could drive people to crazy extremes. They could lose their mind and start a cult and sacrifice children.
Oh yeah, like they could definitely be like somebody sinister trying to figure this shit out. Like, yeah, how about we start sacrificing kids to these things? They'll let us out. You know what I mean? That shit is crazy. However, they're showing us a child skull.
Yeah.
That's undeniable. This dude is drinking from the skull of a little kid. What the fuck? What in the Jeffrey Dahmer is this?
Right? what
Coco
the
says
fuck? That
that
brings it to a whole other level.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And I talked about cannibalism before because Donna's a big girl. And how the hell was they eating and her to maintain that type of weight if she was in this place for years before Boy got there?
Right. That's an excellent point.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Especially from a show that pays such good attention to casting.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't.
Because you could have got a skinny lady to play that part.
Right. I mean, it doesn't make sense when you think about it. In the flashback, people are saying, someone said my line is echoing. I'm not sure why. I'm sorry about that. My phone is not on speaker, so I don't know why I'm echoing.
You're probably coming through my microphone as well. Let me go ahead and handle that. You should be coming through better now. Let me know.
Okay, yeah. Hopefully that helps. Anyway, I'm trying
real quick.
like,
Coco said that she don't want to see people eating people, and
Oh yeah.
I'm with her on that. I watched Yellow Jackets, and I heard her say the same thing. Like, it did kind of like, I was like, man, I knew that that's what they did, and I knew, but it was real fucking creepy. You know what I'm saying? And it just, I don't know. I just I don't want to see that, but we just saw a dude drinking from a skull, and so, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it couldn't be more in our face obvious now. I mean, like, to me it was already glaringly obvious from the stones, the stone slabs, and the children laid out like that. I mean, what else are we supposed to think when we see that? This is what people used to do in the distant past on sacrificial stones, and they're laid out like that. To me, when I saw that, I thought Jade is being led to, like, the entity that is creating these visions is trying to lead Jade to think that a child sacrifice or some kind of blood sacrifice is going to be necessary for people to escape, or for their souls to escape. You know, because I mean, Christopher, I think it was Christopher's fault that everyone got massacred. I think he helped the monsters in some way, because Miranda told Victor, you know, hide where Christopher can't find you. So he did something to help. And in my opinion, you know, it may not be just about kids. It could be it could be like the entity is trying to tell Jade like everybody needs to die. I mean, because why was everybody killed when Christopher was there? Like, it wasn't just kids; the whole town died. So that just makes me think. I don't know, but I mean, child sacrifice. It could not be more in our face now. We have a child's skull. Like, I mean, that's disturbing shit. It is. Like, and it just, if that's part of Jade's vision, that just reinforces my opinion that this entity is trying to send Jade a message like, hey, this is what needs to be done. You know,
It
sacrifice needs
seems
to
like my
happen.
last
The only way people can either go home or let their souls be free if everyone has to die. That's my opinion on that. But I don't want to see cannibalism on the show either. Like, I really hope they don't go there.
Hey yo,
I mean,
I'm gonna do something on this stream real quick that I have not. I don't know if anybody's feeling this, but we had a question and from Emily and Steven, and
mhm,
she's asking pretty much um why do we think that the Civil War is tied into the show?
mhm.
And I'm gonna play a little bit of one of my videos to break that down to her real quick.
Mhm.
And if y'all
Cool.
don't mind, we can run through this. It definitely is relevant to what we see happening now, especially when we have more like, circa 1800s clothing showing up with Mr. What are those? I gotta say this. If we have Mr. Fishing Loaves, then we have to have a Mr. What are those? And
Right.
those shoes right there, he definitely earned the title. And I
Yeah.
don't really care what his name is. He's drinking from a child's skull, so fuck him. But we are going to get into this video real quick a little bit to answer the question that she had. Y'all
Cool.
game with that? Y'all cool with that? You cool with that, Julie?
Oh, hell yeah.
All
Hell
right,
yeah.
so here it is. I'm gonna let it rip. It seems like my last video has ruffled a few feathers. That wasn't my intention, but as the old saying goes, I made a connection about the book that Jim presented Ethan after gathering a few things from the RV in season 1. In this scene, Jim held up a book entitled The Adventures of the Grand Gulagog, which bears a striking resemblance to a real book in our world called The Adventures of Two Dutch Dolls and the Gollywog. It was Jim who presented the book. Jim also cawed like a crow in the RV and flapped his wings around like a crow and cawed after presenting Ethan with the Cromonacle book, or the Cromonacle book. Shout out to Percy Garcia for putting together the Jim Crow when I spoke about the Crow Man in the video a few weeks ago. That led me to the connection about their son Thomas. You see, the real person who created the character and named Jim Crow was actually named Thomas Dartmouth Rice. Now, those who say I'm reaching or digging too deep, you might need to take your feet out the shallow end of the pool and stretch your arms out and say that the Gulagog doesn't sound like the Gollywog and the cover doesn't have any similarities to the character. You would have to deny that the Cromonacle starts with crowmen. You would also have to deny that Jim imitated a crow multiple times. You would also have to deny the Jim Crow and Thomas connection. And if you're saying that you deny these connections, then perhaps it's not me that is too deep. It must be you that is too shallow. And that's okay, because the writers have inserted many nuances to the show for people of all walks of life to connect with. So it's okay if you think I'm reaching. That's cool with me. But I must say, if you didn't like those connections, then strap your life preserver on, because this might feel like Ocean Gate to you. I'm going to break down the bloodline connection, the visions of Jade, and the reason why Jade saw the Civil War soldiers when he was with Jim. So without further ado, let's cook. The first ingredient is Jade's vision. The first was in the cellar where he saw the man under the boulder in the closet, the same place where we saw Victor, his mother, and his sister. There's blood in every one of his visions except for the visions of the children in the tunnels. Also, in this vision, the man looked like he had been taken by an evil spirit like Julie, Randall, and Marielle. Their eyes were the same, and they were also screaming. The second aspect of his vision was the foreshadowing of the actual perspective of the roots, or the symbol. Jade fell on his back and saw the symbol, just like the children laying on their backs to see the roots. And in the roots vision, there's no blood. The reason why there's no blood is because the roots and the blood symbolize the same thing. That first vision was in a root cellar, but the second vision was by a tree. And Jim was in that tree setting the antenna. Trees also symbolize family or family tree. As Jade places his palm on the tree, he notices the blood and then the vision of the Civil War soldiers hanging in the tree. Then a soldier that wasn't hanging, who was angry as hell and stops at nothing to get Jade. He runs away from the tree and only comes out of that vision when Jim places his palm on Jade, as Jade did with the tree. Now, the Civil War was the bloodiest conflict in American history, and it lasted for 4 years. It actually caused a cotton famine in many parts of Europe. Northern France was hit the hardest. Although France was heavily affected by the war, in the public, they kept a strict neutrality with regards to the American conflict. But on the low, they supported the recognition of the Confederate States as a separate nation. So why in the hell was the soldier so mad at Jade? Because Jade's bloodline or family tree is partly French. And not only did Napoleon want to recognize the Confederate States as a nation, he totally disregarded the reason for the war in the first place. I want to stop it right there and say, not Napoleon, but Napoleon III. I had neglected to say Napoleon III when I was speaking, but this was Napoleon III. This wasn't Napoleon. But Napoleon III, he acted like he was okay with staying neutral. However, because France was so highly affected by the cotton famine, he then secretly supported the southern states as becoming their own nation. So, and Jade is a Frenchman, but there's the reason for the war was the morality of slave and the legal business practices of chattel slavery in the South. He was willing to overlook slavery to stop the cotton famine. Jade was a French orphan who grew up with his grandmother until the age of 12, so he had to go back to the States with his uncle. Now this is where it really starts to connect. The Civil War soldier and Jade are both directly connected to the slavery aspect. Jade was the first to see the symbol as roots as far as we know, other than the children. His palm on the tree while Jim Crow was in the tree, the blood on his hands, the soldiers hanging in the tree, along with his visions of the roots. We all know that roots are where you are from. Like when someone says they have roots in this community, they most likely mean that they have family members all throughout the community. They're talking about their bloodline. We also know that Jade plays the violin or the fiddle. We know about him being in the tech industry that is heavily involved with the slave mining of cobalt. That's what I think the writers meant by having the blood on his hands. We also know that Jade came to this place with a companion named Toby. Toby and Fiddler are the names of two characters from the movie Roots by Alex Haley. So I guess I'm reaching about Jade the Fiddler and the Toby connection to the movie Roots. Also about Jade's French roots and France's role in the Civil War. Also about Jim Crow, and Thomas Rice. I must be reaching about the roots and the blood in Jade's visions. I'm also reaching about the gulagog sounding like gollywog. And since I'm doing that much reaching, I think I'll stretch my arms out a bit more and point out that Sarah cut out the tongue of Toby, which was a common practice in early slavery days for slaves who insisted on speaking a language that the slave handlers didn't know. Yeah, it's pretty crazy that they show Jade the Roots in the finale, only to look at Jade, aka Fiddler, and Toby coming into town together, and Toby was the main character in Roots, and Fiddler was his friend. Again, I have to say to the showrunners and the writers, if you didn't do this intentionally, I am available to join your writing team for future seasons. Okay. So, and here's a great shot of those train tracks that I pointed out. You know, like I was saying, like, I'm realizing now that it's just a part of the game and it's a part of the territory. You might speak on something first. You might be the first one to speak on it. You're always going to have certain kind of people um that will go ahead and they'll take it and say that they figured it out, or they'll say something and they won't give you credit, shit like that. It's just a part of the territory. So that's not going to discourage me from putting out anything else. I know if I really have a dope thought and I want to share it with y'all, like right off the cuff, I might just go live and share it just to get the thought out and then come back later and still do my video about it. You know what I'm saying? But that'll be great because the people that join the live will actually be able to get like a sneak peek on what it is, just like y'all just got a sneak peek on the information about the Vesica Pisces. Dr. Deb says she's not too much sold on that being intentional yet. So by the time this video comes out, hopefully the video can help you see it the real way, if I don't say so myself. Right? So Julie, are you there? You still there?
Oh, yeah, I'm still here. I muted myself. But I'm still here.
Okay, yeah. Okay, no doubt. So this I hope that answered your question for why I think the Civil War soldiers are intertwined with this show. I think the choice to have a Negro regiment soldier chasing Jade was a deliberate choice. If you go look through my videos, I have more explanation about it as well, about the Negro regiment and why I think that they would choose to cast that person to play that part. Here's a little fun fact about that if you didn't know. The person that plays that soldier is the same person that is Boyd's stunt double. So that to me kind of screams that the choice to pick a so-called black man to play that part was deliberate.
Definitely. It makes sense to me. I mean, it seems it has to be intentional. It's such a distinctive choice to make. When you see, like, you picture an image of a Civil War soldier, it might not be the image that will come to mind, right? Like, they did that on purpose, for sure. Like, I think you lay out the proof perfectly well. I mean, with the connections to history, yeah, definitely.
Right. I mean, I see Emily and Steven in there dropping some questions about questioning the time periods that all of these people come from. I think that if they came from different time periods, that would have been something that they talked about.
Mhm.
I do want to point this out too. Like, look at these railroad tracks. There's a walking trail next to them as well. Y'all see that? Y'all see the walking trail next to the railroad tracks right there?
Right.
And then they
Yeah.
just stop right there in the brush. Then
Yeah, I just
there's
saw.
another shot of those as well. There's another shot of these railroad tracks, and there's utility poles and there is electricity boxes next to it and everything, and it's clearly um but it's clearly the same set of railroad tracks. I've even gone through and looked at like the different planks in the tracks, and I can see like, yeah, it's the same tracks. They just digitally edited and made it look a little different. Um how do we know too? Because you can still see the clearing straight through. Like if you were to keep following the trajectory of those tracks, you can see the clearing. And typically when there are power lines and stuff like that, railroad tracks, the city or the local government, they clear that area. Even when you have like power lines that go up to your property, you might have a secluded property, and they will come and they will clear it by that. So you can see that this is the same thing. I think that we will get some train tracks in the show at some point. However, let's start back at close to the middle of the trailer, around the time when we start seeing the rotten food. Um, and let's run it. Yo, this is crazy too because somebody brought up earlier that Boyd and Christy standing there could be Boyd consoling her about the death of Mari, or something's going on. Boyd and Christy have a very strange relationship. It was Boyd and Christy who wanted Kelly to suffer
Mm,
at that at that at that tree, being pinned to that tree. It was Boyd and
right,
Kelly pretty much that wanted her to suffer. Um,
right. Kenny wanted to just shoot her and be done with it.
right. He wanted to shoot her and be done with it. There are a lot of times where, not a lot, but there's significant times where Boyd and Christy come together for scenes.
Right,
Uh,
even from the beginning, in like the first episode. No, was it the first or the second, where Boyd and Christy, um, they show up and go in the RV together? I think it was like right at the end of the first episode, going into the second one.
right.
Like,
So they were the ones in the RV together, and they are who I think that Ethan had his seizure because Boyd was there now,
interesting.
because
Yeah,
Sarah had a seizure around Boyd. You know,
yeah,
twice,
yeah.
twice.
Twice,
Sarah, after the kill the
right?
boy thing, Boyd was sitting there with the boy,
Right.
popped up on
Yeah,
her arm, killed the boy, and she has a seizure.
right.
You see what I'm saying? You also look at Boyd and Christy, connected about his whole Parkinson's situation. But even after that, after they talked about that, Christy hit Boyd like, hey, Sarah doesn't want her brother showing up. Can you get rid of this guy? And he's like,
Right.
runs right out there and does it. You see what I'm saying? Um,
Yeah, yeah, I remember that. That was weird.
right. Maybe that would have stopped Sarah from doing something, because Nathan knew the whole time what was going on. She was telling him. She
Yeah,
was telling
she
him
was.
what was going on, because, in other words, how was he able to tell Father Kotri? You see what
Right,
I'm saying?
right. Yeah, yeah.
So, yeah,
Yeah, that made no sense to me. Like, they didn't even question it. Like, your brother's really worried about you. Why don't you let him come in and see you? Like, you'd think Boyd would have said that for sure, but
TK
no.
says, I just realized the boy in white pushed Tabitha out the window and she wound up escaping from Lynn. So the boy in white is a good guy, confirmed. Um,
Not
Not
necessarily.
necessarily. Not necessarily. Um,
Yeah.
the boy, if that's the case, then the boy in white could have done a lot more.
Exactly, exactly. If this means the boy in white is good, then why the hell did he leave young Victor there? If he could have just let him out, and this is the way out, why did he leave this kid there to suffer all alone in a town full of dead bodies without his mother, all alone? And he said he was alone for a long time. We don't know how long exactly that is.
Yo,
I'm sorry. The Boy in White is not good, in my opinion.
Okay, so this brings us to more things that we need to unpack. I was going to run through the trailer again. We're going to run through it again, but this brings us more interesting things to unpack, and I'm going to show you what I'm talking about.
Right. Okay.
This scene here is a lot different than what we remember from season 1. There was a scene on here, there's a real quick spot on here where the boy in white is waving and he's crying. Did you notice that? Did anybody notice the boy in white crying in the trailer?
I didn't see the crying. I gotta watch this like a million more times.
Yo, Ethan really did get bigger.
Oh, geez. Oh, my
Like,
God.
I don't think
He's so much taller.
yeah, I don't think he's going to I don't think he's gonna be. They might need to recast him for the 4th season because this kid he's gonna look like he plays basketball soon.
Right? Oh no, yeah, they're gonna pull a wall. I mean, I know you. Well, you're not far ahead. I won't say any more.
Oh yeah.
With what I was gonna say because I don't want to spoil
With
stuff for you.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
But,
Yeah. So yeah, I already got you there. That's not really a spoiler though. But Walt grows.
Yeah.
Up. Yeah.
He went through a crazy growth spurt, and the kid looked like he was practically about to grow a mustache. So they had to do something. Like I swear, it almost looks like a mustache when you finally see him again. Yeah, it's they might do something like this with Ethan. I've been saying I don't think he makes it out of season 3. He's gonna disappear. Now maybe not kill him, but he'll disappear and maybe pop back up at the end because this kid's growing too fast.
Yeah, that would be great if they did that.
Like if he went through a faraway tree and we don't know what happened to him, that would be, at least he wouldn't be dead. Like I really don't want to see him killed off.
Oh no, that would be great.
That would suck. Like I love Ethan. Some people think he's annoying. I think he's so important to the show.
He sells that part very well. Where is
the
part with the boy in white crying? I know I saw it. Let's look at it again, y'all. Let's run this trailer again.
Yeah, I can't see this too many times.
Like a dream.
It was an ambush.
How many did you save?
Just like a dream.
You did the only thing you could do. And you lost.
Like a dream.
Look, we're still in this thing.
The day you walked away.
But we have no idea what we're dealing with.
Unfortunately. Will you haunt me like a dream?
Things are getting worse around here, aren't they?
Boyd, we're out of food.
Too many things are changing here. I have to remember.
Remember what?
What's missing?
Nothing that I've been through is possible.
I think you're here for what's in the basement.
This place will not break us. We can still win. But the only way we go home is together.
Hello. The game here is rigged.
Why can't they leave us alone?
No matter what this place throws at us, we're gonna find our way home. Everybody just talks about how afraid they are of dying. Well, I don't think that's the worst thing that can happen to you here.
looking for these?
into my life.
You can't save them all.
But things are really hard.
We can still.
We're here for what's in the basement.
This place will not break us. We can still win. But the only way we go home is together.
Hello.
The game.
Here it is, right here. The boy in white was definitely like, he wasn't looking. This is of, it looks like an alternate version of Victor's flashback, and it does look like he's crying. Y'all see that face?
The game here is rigged.
Hello.
The game here is rigged.
Victor, as this little kid, appears so stoic. It's crazy, right?
He does appear stoic for sure.
And he
Like,
looks like this. He looks like this looks like the shirt that his father was wearing too. Okay. Now, this scene, this kid doesn't look like he aged a bit. So
right?
this was
Yeah,
probably from season 1. They probably used this footage from season 1. This was
yep,
probably footage of Victor's dream that didn't make it onto season 1, and they just used the piece of it for here. You know what
yeah.
I'm
I
saying?
think I was I was hoping that they would have shot more scenes to show us later from this time, and it looks like they must have done that because that kid did not get any older. So that was cool. That was smart of them to do that.
Yeah, you see, and they had, I'm pretty sure they have lots and lots of footage of each scene. You know what I mean? That they could, from different angles and everything.
Oh yeah. If they were smart, I hope they shot a lot more. I mean, I'd like to see more and more. Like, I don't usually like flashbacks, but in this case, we need more information on what the hell happened back then. So I'd like to see more than just this.
Right,
If they were smart, I hope they shot some while that kid was still that size.
right, yeah, because it would be crazy if they double back and do the same vision with an older version of this kid. I think his name is Vox,
Yeah, yeah,
and
that wouldn't make sense.
yeah, that would
So
be kind of corny. But yes,
yeah,
indeed, everybody, I have had a great time. I'm gonna shut down the stream because I definitely want to stream tomorrow night. Um, Coco asked if I was gonna stream. Yes, I am going to stream. We're going to go live Saturday Night Live as always. We definitely, this was a special
nice.
occasion stream. I mean, the trailer dropped. Um, I noticed the garment of Tien Chen's. Actually, I noticed the garment, but before that, Beverly had said Tien Chen, and I definitely didn't want to roll with it, but facts are facts. It looks like
Mm,
it's her.
it
Um,
does.
man, it just makes me wonder if that is who is being tortured in the barn, and if that is, because it would be crazy. Like, she was out there, and I could see like the
Mhm.
monster grabbing her and dragging her to the barn, and Boyd going to help her, and then him getting caught up.
Right.
You know what
I
I'm
see
saying?
that.
And he would tell her, "You're so strong, you're so strong." But now, we were debating. I'm gonna say this before we cut out. I'll make it a flat 5 hours. We'll stop at 1:45 EST. Um, I will say that Dang, what was I about to say? What was I talking about, sis?
um. Oh, what were I lost my train
Oh
of thought
man, I
too.
lost it. Anyway, that's the sign that it's time to go. It's been 5 hours. I've been working all day. Then I hopped on the stream. I was talking to Tony the whole time. Like we talked while we was waiting on the stream. We thought it was gonna hit 4 EST, and I said, nah, it's probably gonna be 4 o'clock time in San Diego, which is gonna be 7 for us. And sure enough, it dropped around 7:10. We hopped right on it. And my understanding is I had asked him, was he doing a live? And he said, yeah, after I had already set mine up. I would have loved to go live together, but it's all good because I mean,
Sure.
hey, we can definitely catch up and do it again on another time. They're having their stream over there. We're having ours over here. We got the family. We got the magnified posse in the building. We're having a good
Right.
time. We rocked out for 5 hours. If
Oh, I
Tony's
remember. I
it,
remember what you were talking about.
okay, go ahead. What was it?
You were talking about how it could be Tien Chen being tortured, and Boyd might say the same thing to her.
Okay, so yeah, right. So what I was saying about that was, okay, Boyd so says you're so strong. Now, when we were debating about that, we were debating about it based on what we were hearing from both people, right?
Right.
So we and some people said that it couldn't be a man because Boyd wouldn't say this. And yeah, we had really good dialogue about it. I felt like the screen kind of opened it up to more possibilities, or it could have narrowed it down. And I said
Mhm.
that in my video, but for me, it kind of narrows it down, and it kind of felt like it was gonna be Fatima, but now I
Mhm.
really think it is her. Man, it's sad if it's her. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna be happy about that death, but it's gonna make the show great if it
Yeah.
is her. She's somebody that we do care about, and I gotta say this: my man Tony Teflon, if it's her, then Tony Teflon was right on the money because he
Yeah.
said that it would be her. He said, well, he didn't say that the person in the barn would be her, but he said that she would die so that Kenny could get his Breaking Bad arc. And
Yeah. Yep.
and that's definitely looks like what's about to happen. He tearing the diner radios up. He going out with Jim, and
Yeah.
it's like it's like the only problem I have with it being her is why don't we see him? Why don't we see him pulling the
Yeah.
cart if he's alive? Why don't we see him carrying his mom's body into the church? Why is it Boyd doing that? Did him and Jim already leave? And does Kenny come back to find out that his mom is dead?
Oh, God. That would suck. I mean, I do think that he smashes the jukebox because either Christy dies or Tien Chen dies. Now, that I mean, we're being shown things out of sequence, so it doesn't necessarily mean one of those women or the one in the barn. It could still be Fatima. I'm still on that theory. I
Yeah,
still
me
believe it's
too.
Fatima.
Me too.
Yeah,
Me
yeah.
too.
But I do think Kenny loses either Christy or his mom, one or the other. That's why he's having that
Yeah.
moment. And I think I mean, the fact that he's in the diner suggests it's more likely to be his mom because, that's his mom's diner. Like, he would go there, he's looking sad, he smashes the jukebox. Like, yeah, I hate this, but I mean, it's probably her. But then again, I mean, the fact that there's a new EMT showing up, we could lose Christy this season too. I mean, Christy could be going, someone else could be taking her place, kind of like filling that role. So I mean, if he loses his mom and Christy in the same season, he is gonna break bad, like Tony said. He's gonna lose his shit.
Yes, indeed. Well, that I think leads us to the wrap up. I had a great stream. We rocked out for 5 hours. I'm gonna get some rest, get up, start cooking this video up. I got tons of good stuff for this video. I'm gonna look at this trailer probably 100 more times and dissect every aspect of it and go crazy with it again. I had fun, y'all. I love y'all. Y'all are amazing, and I appreciate and am fortunate to have you guys here listening to me rambling on about a show that I love. But we're gonna wrap it up. We're gonna wrap it up, and I will talk to y'all later. I will definitely be shooting a video out here pretty soon. All right.
Nice. Nice.
All right.